make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
It's a new year and a new season of PUBG Mobile. We're back here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring Season. I'm Jason Kapp. I'm going to be your host over the next 4 weeks of time, and I cannot wait to get things underway with everything we have to bring you with our 20 teams, some new and some you're going to recognize as well. But before we do jump into everything PUBG Mobile related within this show, remind you guys you can follow us over on social media. You can see some sweet posts created by some very cool people. I'm not going to say who it is necessarily, but you might see them in a little bit of time as we have some great memes. We have some great posts to come out. So make sure you guys follow all down there below. But it might be a new year, but you know what? I can't do this alone, and we don't have new people here necessarily on the show. We have a lot of old school people coming back into the mix from last season. We got Max Man, and we got Kalaris. Gentlemen, how are you doing, Max? You're looking good, man. You're looking happy. I want to scruff your hair a little bit.
It's ready to scruffed. Don't worry, I've already done that on my own this morning. All good. But yeah, I'm feeling great. Super happy to be back. We were in PMGC just a few months ago, and we're back, Jason, once again for some good old PMPL Western Europe action. And with our boy Kalaris, just not having a scruffed hair. He's always looking good, like always, and I'm very jealous. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah. Okay. Man of a few words. Remember, he does get paid per word said on broadcast. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, James, I mean, it's great to have you back yet again here for another season. You and I get to just really be mean to Max a whole another 4 weeks, which is always the highlight of my year. But how you been?
Not too bad, not too bad. Max is correct. Actually, what happens is my hair is a singular piece, you know, like a Lego piece that you just kind of click in, and it always stays like this. So that's the secret, Max. You just pop it on.
Yeah. All right, so Max, shave your head and then just do that. But before we can really talk about this a little bit more and really kind of bash onto Max, if you guys are unfamiliar with the format and how the whole PMPL season works, well, you're in luck. We got a quick little explainer video for you guys to get things going.
The biggest and best of PUBG Mobile is back as we get ready to kick off the PUBG Mobile Pro League in your region. The strongest teams will be competing for a prize pool of $150,000 and bragging rights. Let's go over the comprehensive format and understand what the journey for the top teams will look like. 20 teams will play in the PMPL League stage, which will last 3 weeks starting from the 22nd of March. Each week will be separated into 2 days of league play on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and 3 days of Super Weekend matches on Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. The teams will be divided into 5 groups and face each other in a round-robin format. Based on the results, the top 16 teams from the league play will qualify for the subsequent Super Weekend. After 3 weeks, the top 16 teams based on the Super Weekend scores will move on to the Grand Finals. The Grand Finals will be played out over 3 days, and at the end of 18 matches, one team will be crowned the champion.
All right, so you guys are all caught up on what's going to be happening throughout the season. Of course, the dates as well. 2 days of league play, 3 days of Super Weekend. It is 100% similar to what happened last season. So we'll just dive into the format a little bit more for you guys at home so you can see exactly what we mean. If the video wasn't enough for you, and to be fair, if it wasn't, not a big deal. We got 20 teams split into 5 groups, so 4 teams per group. I don't know where pour's coming from. And we'll be having one group rotate in and out across each match throughout the day. Max, this is going to be exciting, but again, this is a time for teams to really prove what they can do, and they really have a limited amount of time to do so per week.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what the Western teams could do in PMGC, right? And I think that there's a world where we will have a Western team become a PMGC Grand Champion eventually in the near future. I hope potentially this year we'll have
2053.
Yeah.
It's been a long drought for the Western teams.
We're looking really fun in the future, but there's a lot of new blood that I can't wait to really talk about during this pre-show that's coming into this third season of PMPL Western Europe. So yeah, I'm really hyped to see if these teams really can go as far as PMGC and hopefully perform on that stage.
Yeah.
So it all starts there, right?
They're hungry for it, right? And this format gives them a good opportunity to not only get a lot of reps in, but also jostle for position in a pretty decently strong region. When you look at some of the talent that, as Max is alluding to, is coming through as well as already exists here. So good opportunities, move through into those finals, get yourself the spot, and then, you know, play it out, Jason.
Yeah, even beyond being hungry, some teams, I mean, there's very, very few teams here that are playing in PMPL this season that made it into PMGC, to the West League, right? And this is their chance to redeem themselves. One team in particular I'm looking at is actually big. You know, with Mihi and the boys, they didn't make it through, and now they have a chance to redeem themselves. But let's see how they do so, right? It's all about the points they get in the days, in their matches. And again, just like last season, it's pretty solid format that I'm really enjoying here, James. 15 points for the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And of course, one elimination still equals 1 point.
Yeah, and we oftentimes see, you know, those double-digit kills, eliminations even, I should say, already being able to push through when you actually get that victory as well. So you're looking at some big points if you're able to get all the way to the very end of these games. Going out in 13th through 16th, though, 0 points for that. You want to be avoiding that at all costs, because remember, it's only the bottom 4 in that 20-team move forward that goes into those super weekends. So if you're getting some 0 pointers in some of these games, you're going to be scrambling.
Yeah, and we got, of course, a lot of these teams that are going to play around that 1 elimination equal 1 point rule set. We had a lot of teams. I'm looking at Eastern Stars in particular, which is almost the exact same roster coming into this. So you've got some teams that are known to be these big fragging powerhouses, and they're going to come into this lobby with some teams that are playing their very first PMPL, and they might have a few of the teams at the very start. They're just going to be getting bullied out of the lobby, just like me on this desk, actually. The same thing.
Exactly.
So you just make it too easy for us, Max. And as you mentioned, Eastern Stars, you got to, right? Let's take a look at the prize pool for you guys at home to see how much money these teams can win. $150,000 on the line, and each chicken dinner a team gets in our super weekends equates to $1,000 in their pocket. And to be honest, we've seen like the likes of Eastern Stars, as Max was mentioning, be these big powerhouse teams. But to be honest, I feel like we almost need to rebrand to PMPL Romania, because we have so many players, so many teams coming in from that country alone, and we've seen what they can do.
Yeah, and we're the biggest fan base almost, so it is always good to see the support for the Romanian teams and see how they're going to try and perform. But, I mean, we had Eastern Stars, we had Game Lord get actually $6,000 purely out of chicken dinners last season, so Jason, are we going to get finally this time, like last season, to have a team get 10 chicken dinners and get $10,000 from that role alone? I mean, we were getting close last time, so it could happen here.
Yeah, I didn't have a bet. I think, James, at the start of the season last time that we're going to see 15 chicken dinners for a team.
Yeah, well,
or 10. Was it 10? Maybe it was 10. I think it was 10. I think it was 10.
Jason's like,
I'm
you know
still
what?
not quite sure.
This team's going to win everything. Okay, Jason, calm down.
Well, you know what? You would think after 45 matches and super weekends, I would get things right eventually. Infinity didn't work out too well for me when it came to PMGC, but you know what? Let's move on past that. Let's actually take a look at our participating teams. If you guys are unfamiliar with all 20 teams who will be playing out these next 4 weeks, well, some of them only 3 weeks. Well, here's our list here. And starting off in Group A, guys, I can kind of guess that Maxman's going to want to talk about Game Lord.
Oh, here we go.
That was actually the first team on my list I wanted to talk about. Okay, I'll make it very quick. Don't worry. Okay, I'll make it very quick. Game Lord, pretty much the same roster, but with the addition of Trazen from Chazmak. And if you remember Chazmak from last season, they had Aza, MZ, and Trazen, which were the big standout players from the team. So I think Trazen is going to be able to get a lot of experience with this roster. And they're also going to have, I've heard it during the interview, some pretty drastic gameplay changes coming into this season. So this Game Lord, despite being the same roster, the approach to the game is going to be relatively different. So keep an eye out for them.
That's exciting, considering the fact that they got first last season round, right? Like, so to see them kind of potentially constantly evolving despite having been on top prior, that shows a potential championship caliber roster. So we'll see. From, yeah,
let me get my Kalaris bingo checkbox out. All right, let's take off championship caliber team. Got that one.
Yep.
What about you, James? Who are you looking out for?
For Group A, I'm actually looking at Vamos Esports here. I mean, actually, I'm looking at all of them, to be honest, because we're very familiar with SWAT 69. We're very familiar with Super Young roster in a kind of different mishmash compared to what we're normally used to. But Vamos Esports, you got Prada and Costi in there. They're kind of two EU West mainstays when you look at them. It being Gaish and Seraphim before, that eventually became Excuse Me. They slowly, throughout 2021, increased their results. So I'm hoping that we can see that once again here in 2022.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a new year. You know, people always say new year, new me, right? This is your real chance if you're a PUBG Mobile player to prove it. Max, what about you? What about some other teams that really catch your eye?
When we're looking at Group B, I think there's a few teams that maybe, if you have watched PMPL Western Europe, there are a lot of names that you might not be super understanding of who these guys actually are and actually how they got to this tournament. One of the teams actually I'm going to focus on here is going to be XTEAM, which made it through the qualifiers. And actually, very interestingly enough, they have a player which is one of my favorite players in the region, which is Beg for Mercy. And we saw similar things happening with, for example, S2G, where they have Silas, a player with a lot of experience that's going to help the entire team step up and learn from his experience. And I think we might have something somewhat similar to S2G for the side of XTEAM. So I'm actually looking out for them to see how Beg for Mercy is going to be able to influence the entirety of his team.
I feel like you just set the standard really high for him now. That's a little bit difficult having to live up to that. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, Silas is a great player. STG did really well in PMGC. But there's obviously a lot of other teams we can talk about here. But before we can talk about them just yet, let's actually check in with a couple of people and what they thought, or who they thought, more importantly, were teams to watch come into this event. Hey guys, what's up? It's Jason Kappen, your host for PMPL Western Europe, and here are my top 3 teams to look forward to in this season. Right off the bat, TJB, the X-Boys of PENTA, and Unicorns of Love coming back yet again with GK First at the helm. Another team I'm looking forward to is Big with Mihi at the helm, and it's pretty much the same roster as before. They've done big things before. Can they do it again? Well, we're going to find out. And my last team, it's a little bit of a curse, but Unicorns of Love, it's the Exquisite Decode, it's the Lakanostra MVP boys who are back here for another season. And my MVP of the whole shebang, it's going to be Alicio. He did it last year in the first season in spring, and I have a feeling he's going to do it yet again here in the first season of 2022. So I hope you guys tune in and enjoy PMPL this season.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans from around the world, my name is Blank and here are my predictions for the PMPL WEU season. From 1st to 3rd, it will be Gamelord, PUBGMOBILE and Eastern Stars, with my MVP being Victor from Gamelord themselves, though Alicio still has his shoe in that door. I'll see you very soon on the broadcast.
Hey everyone, Maxman here, and we are back for another little prediction game here for the PMPL Western Europe Spring Split 2022. And when it comes to my top 3 predictions, there's one team that has to be here by default without any doubt in my mind. It's going to be Gamelord. Gamelord, which is pretty much the same roster from last season, but with the addition of Trazen, which was a very big standout player from Chazmac, and of course being also that first place team from last season, I think that Gamelord has a very, very big chance of not only taking 1 crown, but taking the second one home too. So Gamelord being my very obvious French powerhouse prediction going into this. Second team that I'm also going to be looking at here is going to be Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars have been able to steadily improve from season to season. First season of last year, they were in 11th. Then in the second season, they were in 5th. And hopefully in the spring split of this year, we could see them try and take home a top 3 placement, which would be a very big step up for them. And especially with the addition of Doran to the roster, which was a very big standout player from Romanian Boys back in season 2. I think they have everything available for them to hopefully be there to breach into the top 3 at the end of this spring split. Though we're looking at one other team that would like to see potentially make it back in their glory days would have to be PENTA. PENTA now with the roster is going to be GK First, Lin and Yiz, with the addition of now 2 extra players, which are going to be Langzi and Lengzi. Feels right like we have European Luxi and Zuxi right now with names like that. It does feel like this is PENTA going back to their roots and going back to what makes PENTA PENTA in the first season of PMPL Western Europe. So I'm extremely hyped to see what they can do and what they can bring to the table in this spring split of 2022, and hopefully bring back a top 3 podium finish. That's going to be it for my top 3 teams, but when it comes to the MVP, I think there's a pretty obvious choice coming to this one. It is going to be Alicio. He's already the back-to-back MVP for the last 2 seasons, so Of course, if you can make it happen 3 times in a row, he would be making history in PUBG Mobile Esports, especially in the Western European scene. So, Alicio, all the way.
Okay, so a couple of us really pulling for Alicio there. You know what, Maxman? I agree with you. He played extremely well. I was torn when making my prediction about MVP actually between him and GK First because, well, GK First has done it before and GK First has been ridiculous. But he's under a new banner, at least when it comes to this event here at the start of the year. But there are some other teams we did want to mention here. I believe what was it, you, Cloris, talking about the last one? You, Max? I don't remember. I got distracted by Max's eyes in that last recording.
Okay, we're going for Group C. There's one team that we're going to have to talk about. It's Unicorns of Love going into Group C. So that's the old Exquisite Decode UK, was the MVP that is Alicio. You guys know the team by now, so I don't really have to introduce them whatsoever. But if there's one player that needs to be introduced in a big way for this team, it is going to be Icy. Icy that could not unfortunately play for the last year in PUBG Mobile Esports officially because he was under 16. Now he's 16. And this guy is absolutely cracked. I don't know if you guys remember going back to the first season of PMPL Western Europe where we said, GK First, look out for him. He could be a really big star player for the region. And I think Icy might follow in the footsteps of GK First this season. So look out for Icy. He's coming for you.
Bro, what is with these like 16-year-old star players? You got Frozen over in Turkey. You got Icy. Why are they all so cold, Claris?
I don't know, man, but let's talk about the real veterans, all right? Over in Group D, because Max, you know, he's giving Unicorns of Love the big cheese, right? He's saying Unicorns of Love, they'd rather it be called the PMUL, the PUBG Mobile Unicorns League. No, let's talk about TJB, because they're back, and you know what? It's the previous Panda roster, mostly, and we've got GK First over there, man. We gotta hedge all our bets there, man. We gotta hedge all our bets there. It's gonna be TJB all the way, Jason.
It is, like you said, though, right? It's a slightly different roster, and I wonder if they can play around GK First, because we saw the impact he can have, and we saw the impact the team had when they got used to him. So maybe this is a team that will start off a little bit slow. But we're not going to be starting off slow. We're going to take a look at the schedule so you guys can see what maps will be played at what point today. And in this first week of League Play, we're going to be doing 2 maps only, your Erangel and your Miramar. I wouldn't have it any other way. You can see, of course, which groups will be sitting out. So right off the bat, going into the first one of the day, Group E will not be playing.
Going to be a pretty chill start for them, of course. Going to be able to also have the first game, look at it, see how things are going to be working out potentially inside and coming into the lobby. But that's how things go in the league play phases, right? You're going to be playing in and out of the lobby every single time. Once you make into the Super Weekend, it's not going to have that change every time, but now you're going to have to adapt and change your drop location or your rotations to make sure that it doesn't clash with teams from other groups. So just teams need to be a little bit more aware on these first 2 days.
Can I ask you guys a little bit of a hard-hitting question here, right? You can see Giants over in Group D. This is like the second year, like the 4th season they've been playing basically together as a team, not necessarily under the Giants banner, but UDR killers and stuff before. At what point do they need to make a change to get further, to progress farther in the competitive sphere that is PUBG Mobile? Go ahead, Max.
Okay, so I actually had an interview. Well, the interview, if it comes up at one point, have a lot more in-depth information. But yeah, spoiler a little bit there. But the team actually said that last season they didn't train too much. They're a lot more prepared for this season this time around. There's a lot more training that was put together for this season. So hopefully they're not going to barely qualify for the finals in 16th place, right? Hopefully this is the Giants that's coming in a lot more prepared and they are ready to be in first place right at the start.
But then they blasted the finals, so they got to bring that form. They've got to make sure that the league play is solid and sturdy here, like we saw in the finals at the end of 2021.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your inputs. I cannot wait till we come back on camera, get to discuss everything that's happened in this first match, but I have to say goodbye to you guys for now. But also, I get to say hello to Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at PUBG Mobile, at PMPL, obviously sponsoring this whole event and making it happen. But you know what? Bring out the old with Max and Claris, and let's bring in the new. We got casters coming in here to kick off the first match of the day. Let's bring in Imperium and John Allen to cover everything that's happening in match 1.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be going straight into the thick of it with that first match. It's great to be back for another season of PMPL here in Western Europe. I'm very excited, Imperium. I imagine that you cannot be contained. You're so ready for this.
Yeah, 150%. It's a new opportunity for a lot of these teams to set themselves up coming into the whole of the 2022 season. The one benefit that all of these teams have is that there's no falling back into the PMPL qualifiers, right? So even if you don't have a good start to this PMPL, you have the full split. So I think that might allow these teams to play with a little bit more relaxation, to really test their knowledge, to test themselves. And we're going to see many changes throughout the 3 weeks and throughout the whole spring split PMPL. I'm looking out for these teams to shine, though, in just the right way.
I mean, the winds of change come in spring, so that's what you're looking for as well. I mean, we've had some map changes, we've had some new roster shuffles, as they talked about over on that desk. Is there a team that you're looking at as super exciting for you, particularly out of that set of out of that new set of 20 that we've got on offer today?
There's a couple of the old guards, per se, from last year that I'm looking out for, the likes of Big, Unicorns of Love. And then the teams that qualified from the PMPL qualifiers, obviously TJB, right? But also XTEAM. The fact that they have Beg for Mercy, former Unicorns of Love player, he could be really a big sparkle in the performances for XTEAM throughout this PMPL.
Bring them a little bit of glitter to their performance, hopefully. Well, I have to put their money where their mouth is. They qualified as part of the PMPL last year, but much more than fractured there as well. So now we're going to have to see the fallout as it goes on, but we're into it. We're into the first game. We're flying over Erangel. Imperium, it's going on.
The first game of any big tournament, even small tournaments, are 9 times out of 10 quite passive. Teams are going to be feeling each other out. It doesn't matter how many tournaments before this, it doesn't matter how many scrims before this, these teams have played against each other. The first game of this kind of event, this kind of format, is always tending to be somewhat passive, somewhat quiet. Yes, you have the variability of different groups that are playing across these 5 games today. There is going to be that awareness of knowing each other's drop spots. For example, Unicorns of Love, they're the old Exquisite Decode roster. They're heading over to Lipovka. That's pretty standard stuff. Game Lord, they're going to Yasnaya. That's pretty standard stuff. There should be no real surprises in most drop spots in this game 1.
Hopefully everybody's got their wits about them. Currently, I'm seeing quite a few presences there down towards Farm and towards Milter as well. I think that's 3 teams in the vicinity. SWAT 69 seem to be trying to stake their claim there as well, but a spread coming through as well on those farm buildings. So see how that contestation goes down, because it is actually fairly grouped up there over in South George and towards that Everest position. 3 teams heading out that way as well. It looks like Rosshawk might come under the contest too.
Phase 1's popped up, John, and it's a pretty bang-on start to this PMPL. You couldn't ask for a really more centralized first circle of the day, first circle of the game. And Vodafone Giants, they're going to their old, normal drop spot of Pachinki. I know the desk we're talking about Giants, and I think one player that needs to be mentioned in the team is the newest player of the roster. That's Salazar. He doesn't necessarily have the heaviest amount of experience in terms of the global stage of PUBG Mobile, but he's very well versed, very well experienced across PUBG Mobile in Europe, and I think this is going to be his kind of big tournament to make a name for themselves, and playing with the rest of Vodafone Giants and the experience they have underneath their belts. Again, I think it's a great platform for him to step up big time.
Beg for Mercy, the team that you, the player that you said you wanted to look out for in XTEAM there. Pretty close to SWAT 69 on their rotations in that starting drop position down towards that Milter area, which is where I said there were a couple of teams going on. It looks like there were a couple of knocks over towards 4 Romanian men as well, courtesy of TJB. Obviously, James is going to be pretty happy about that one. He's already quids in, but it looks like RESQ have chimed into the thick of it as well, taking another of the players of 4 Romanian men.
This is definitely a little bit interesting. Obviously, 4 Romanian men arguably caught off guard. They normally do a split drop around the Gaka area, and TJB, the qualifier from the PMPL qualifiers, and it seems like the research either wasn't there from 4 Romanian men, or they just simply got surprisingly caught off guard. It's something that they're now going to have to take into this rest of the game one and set themselves up as a duo and see if they can grab a couple of points. Look, this is only the first game of the day, John. They're going to have 7 more opportunities, 3 more today. You're looking at a solid cutoff point of between kind of 39 and 45, I would argue. So there's plenty more opportunities for RESQ to... sorry, not RESQ, for 4 Romanian men to get a good result in today's games.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to remember that this is obviously the week's league play, right? This is the time where you only have 8 games to play so in these next couple of days. Oh dear, that doesn't look too healthy. I imagine that is going to put a little bit of a dampener on proceedings, certainly. So maybe looking to go for a restart. Maybe that was what 4 Romanian men were suffering from in that starting phase. You know, maybe it wasn't their fault. Maybe it wasn't their fault.
Oh yeah, of course. That's what they can say. That's certainly what they can say. It's really not a bad thing for Romanian boys to get for Romanian men to get a bit of a restart to an extent, at least in that regard. But I'm a bit sad because I really liked how the playing path was, how the phase one was, and it seemed like we were going to be shaping up for a really positive game, and teams given the opportunity to set themselves up in the early couple of phases. Hopefully we get very similar off the back of the restart, and these teams can once again set themselves up. The one thing obviously that can hurt teams mentality wise is these restarts, right? When you want to maintain that competitive integrity, of course, but as a player you're like, I just want to get into the game, I just want to play the game. That can get into your head and it can affect the performances just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this is the thing, right? These teams can and, well, they should be built to be able to take drop after drop after drop and keep on going, right? It's a mentality issue there, and that can be really assuaged by, you know, having the proper mentorship within that team. And I think that's really what separates a lot of teams from each other. But I mean, looking at that drop, it was fairly kind to pretty much everyone. It was straight down the middle. It was a central circle. There wasn't really too many. There wasn't really too many spanners thrown into the works. I think that the most surprising thing was the 3 teams' presence towards Milta, but even that spread back out, and it wasn't really as much of an issue as maybe it could have been. And really, I think it might be just another chilled out start to proceedings. It's where teams don't really want to make that first move because it's consistent points that matter here. You're looking at, you know, you just need 5 to 10. If you can get 6 points every game, it's likely that you're going to be okay to get into the Super Weekend.
And this is where we're obviously going to be looking to see teams who know they're more than capable of getting 6 points per game. Big unicorns, a lot of Eastern Stars, example throughout the whole league play. They're really going to be using the league days to test different elements of their play style. But then the teams that know they're probably going to have a bit more of a struggle to reach those 6 points per game that you allude to, I would argue they should be trying a little bit harder. They should be essentially playing try hard in every single one of the games, even if it means they suffer with a lack of adaptability throughout the rest of the PMPL, a lack of maybe learning for the most part. If it gets them into this first Super Weekend especially, I'd say you take one checkpoint at a time, one day at a time, and you try it as hard as you can. So hopefully we do see that kind of obvious mix of teams kind of testing things and teams really try harding.
I hope so. I mean, but this is the thing, right? You can shift those gameplay styles from league play to that Super Weekend. But the question is, what do you lose out on by allowing other teams that ground that maybe you give them by playing a little bit more passive? If you just want to get a couple points on board per game, you can eventually lose out in the long run because of that. Looks like we are back in the air. We're going into the game once more. This time the plane path over the northern side of the island. So those teams down the south going to have a little bit trickier of a time. Military base going to be difficult to get to. I imagine if you have a military team, it's going to be dropping out early over that eastern coast, grabbing those vehicles and getting on the road as fast as possible. Get over that eastern bridge and get into those positions. Milta should be fairly accessible within that drop range, but there could be a little bit of contestation for those vehicles around that mansion school area.
Before the restart, Swat 69 dropped down the south of the plane path and headed over the bridge towards Novo. This time around, because it is that more northern plane path, they have that secondary drop spot in Zarki, so that's just a little bit of peace of mind. And I like that adaptability as well from these teams in terms of these plane paths and where you do need to drop, because you want to make it as comfortable as possible. I was thinking as well, do 4 Romanian men have a little bit of an adjustment in their drop spot? Will TJB be looking to continue to maybe lay on a bit of aggression and send a message to 4 Romanian men and say, hey, you want to go near Gatka? It is not happening. It seems like vehicle has been grabbed and TJB will be looting up Gatka.
Look at that. The circle is fairly central, so military base, I imagine it's quite unlikely we're going to see teams head all the way down there. I mean, unless you have SWAT 69 trying to go all the way down there from their drop currently. I think that they're just out to, yeah, they're just on that southeast corner for SWAT 69. It's like XTEAM, though, might be having a nightmare. Down in the water, yeah, there's not a lot you can do here. Tam should be able to pick up the frag, pick up the elimination for Super Young roster. Just needs to spun out the player. Nightmare, though, he's on the swim. He's trying to get out of there. What a sneaky bum.
Yeah, with the one of the newest or one of the newer PUBG Mobile updates came about, even when you're knocked, you can swim in the water. And I like this with Super Young roster. It seems like, well, I might be speaking too soon, but it kind of looks like they don't want to waste time too much in trying to confirm the kill onto the elimination onto Nightmare, John, because in this kind of plane path, not only are they, and this kind of circle, not only are they close to the edge of the circle on the western side, but they just want to loot up as quickly as possible. And yeah, okay, they don't want the revive to come through, because that would be a bit of a waste of an elimination, but they don't want to waste their own time and waste their own rotational path into this phase 1.
They spent probably around 40 seconds dealing with that, I would say. And you're right, that is a little bit of time spent there for Super Young roster. Sure, you confirm that, and there's no chance of the res, but I feel like it was pretty much guaranteed to be going down anyway, and you get that elimination point. Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you. I think they maybe spent a little bit too much time, but you know what? A point is a point, and that's the thing, right? You're not always playing for that first place in these league play weeks. It can just be a case of get those points in where you can, just start adding them up, because every point does matter. We've seen single point differentials before, and we'll see them again, I'm sure.
Want to take a bit of time to talk about Big, because I'm communicating consistently with Erangel, but I've also casted quite a bit of Big in tournaments at the start of the year, and I noticed a big shift in their play style at the start of the year.
Did you mean
they were playing extremely? Yes, I did. Thank you for noticing, John. Thank you.
Oh, I love it.
I noticed a massive shift in their play style. They were playing very aggressive at the start of the year, and it would hurt their late game, where they would come into the late stages of the game as maybe 1 or 2 players instead of as a full squad, off the back of 6 to 8 eliminations. But it would hurt their late game. And I asked me, look, what's the situation? Why are you guys playing ridiculously aggressive? He said, we wanted to improve our communication. We wanted to improve how strong we are when it comes to the late game. So part of that is by being more aggressive, taking more early game fights, so that we train that. So when it comes to the competitive tournaments, such as the PMPL, we're more rounded as a team. We're stronger, so that if we are a little bit quieter in the early game, when we do need to turn up the heat, the communication is there, the transparency is there, the synergy is there, and overall, the chicken dinners are there, and that really made sense to me.
That's fantastic. I think that is absolutely the right mindset to take into this, coming from Big, and you can tell, just what a strong leader that has to come from, right? For if Mihis has that philosophy, I think that is absolutely a massive asset to the team. So I Thanks for bringing that up. I really like that. I really like that as a little tidbit. So hopefully we're going to be looking for Big to maybe play a little bit passive in the early game and turn up the heat later game. Is that what you're sort of expecting, or do you think we're just going to see them start swinging for anybody who comes near and go for that aggressive playstyle and get that communication down in this tournament setting?
I think they've done enough training that they will play a little bit more passive early game and come into late stages of a game as a full squad, but also that exciting side of me would love to see them swing for the fences right off the bat in this PMPL and send a message to the rest of the lobby, say, hey, we're not to be messed with. The addition of Mazzaro has been a big asset to them, improving their aggressive play style, along with the likes of Beast, Mihi, the IGL himself, and of course the big brain player Swave. So I think overall, to answer your question, they'll be passive playing to the late game.
All right, well, we'll look out for that and see if they have any surprises in store. At the moment, nobody really coming into conflict too heavily, obviously, with the exception of Super Young roster picking off Nightmare from XTEAM at the start, but they have since gone their separate ways. Real Tiger 9, at the moment, moving their way past Potato Hill now to get a really quite central position here. This is solid in terms of their location for these next couple of circles. There is still potential for it to move north of the river that splits over the north side of RESQ, but even so, unlikely. So having this location, this lookout, is going to be pretty valuable for them. And the fact that they've managed to get there fairly early compared to the rest of the lobby, I think that's a very good heads-up rotation.
Really happy to see that come through from Real Tiger 9, John. Their team over the past couple of months that I've made note of playing a little bit too passive and rotating a bit too late into these circles and really not having the wherewithal to control their position. Yes, when you rotate early into a bit of a centralized position like they have in this game one, it does require that ability to control the surroundings around you. But overall, I look at this as a positive improvement, an evolution from Real Tiger 9. Plus, I gotta say, it's good to see Hardman getting this PMPL opportunity. He's formerly an Exquisite Decode player along with the now Unicorns of Love players back in the previous PMPL, and he would have learned a lot from them, even if he hadn't been playing through scrims, through training, through communication with the likes of Daddy, the IGL, and the rest of the team. He would have learned a lot. So it's great to see him get this opportunity on the big stage in 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to see foot forward best Mihi. Under fire now from Shockwave. This is going to be their first test. We'll see how this communication's going to go, and already they're straight into the thick of it. There's only one player. It's an outpost from Shockwave. There's suppression from the ridgeline, but there's no way they pick up their teammate, and that is great news for Big. They pick up that point, and they get away with it.
This is what I talked about with Big. You see how quick they were? How strong as a team, just taking no chances, and they're right back into the vehicles, moving down south, looking for more blood in the form of the Shockwave players. This is the excitement running through my veins, watching Big send a message to the rest of the lobby. Great start.
Oh, I think I'm back. There we go. Okay, as long as production can hear me, then I think we should be all good. Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. Quick little blip, but Big's fragking power was so strong that it even took out my net for a little bit. But I think we're back. TJB though, they're getting a couple of eliminations there as well, picking up some points, carrying that over from that last game. Great news, but they have lost a player in response. So even on the day.
Phase 2 popped up and went up northeast. So you have the guts of Yasnaya inside the circle up and towards the northeastern side. You have RESQ in play. So you still have Potato Hill as well. But similar to Phase 1, John, even though it has been a northeastern shift, there's a lot of areas of this circle to lock down. You can cover the Alamo area outside Yasnaya if you want to. You can shift on over to a little bit of a higher ground outside of RESQ if you want to. And then if you shift down south, again, like Real Tigers 9, the Potato Hill area and the compound that's just a little bit north of it, that I believe is held by 4 Romanian men. those are all excellent spots down on the south side.
Treacherous ground to be moving through, so hopefully everyone's got their lookouts going. At the moment, it's just these early scraps, though, going on, and with the shift out to the northeast, I imagine that's going to intensify. Currently, bringing up on that western side, I think there's a little bit of a snarl up around that Georgia Pole bridge, but I don't imagine that Shockwave are going to want too much more to do with Big.
Unicorns of Love. Sticking a little bit towards the east of the map for the time being. FTY are close by, as you can see right now on your screens. FTY are one of the newer teams in this PMPL. This is their first big tournament opportunity across official PUBG Mobile tournaments. And I think them losing a player to the likes of TJB, I think, is a bit of a sign of them maybe having a shaky start, or the nerves are rattling a bit. But they do hold a lot of potential, John. I've been very excited to see FTY over the last 4 to 6 months develop as a roster, develop as a team, and find their feet. This is just going to be a big part of a continued test for them in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play with the best, you got to absolutely step up. And I mean, this, as you say, FTY relatively unknown in terms of their entry here, but they're coming in. You know, they're a roster mostly from Bosnia and Herzegovina, so a country that we haven't really seen too much representation from before, and so it's great to see them coming in and showing us what they've got. But they need a little bit more, and they've gone even right now with TJB.
And if you notice, TJB dropped in Gaka. The playing pass was on the north. The fact that they've ended on the south side, I think, is great awareness of TJB recognizing that the south side of the map was always going to be less congested, was always going to be easier to rotate through in the first couple of circles, and they've taken full advantage of it. With phase 3 centering up, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to enter because there's a lot of high ground in towards the southern edge of the circle that they're going to have to traverse up and really go in a bit blindly. But they can take their time. They know that they've had technically a little bit more space around them in these first 2 to 3 circles.
A shrinkage central. Now I think we're going to start to see the Crucible form out in the open a little bit. Giants up the top of the hill. Down below them, there's actually a couple of teams. Okay, RESQ right across the compound, looking to hold off now against 5 threats. There's only 4 of them. Maybe they're trying to appear bigger than they are right now. But either way, they've got themselves a position in this next zone. And they're going to have to fight for it against RESQ. Although there's not really too much motivation for either of these teams to push across the road, it might be a better idea to try and send out a little bit early towards the center of the next circle.
RESQ, one of the most well-supported teams in this PMPL. In the qualifiers, the stream chat was full of people just spamming RESQ and really throwing the support. So I think with the fan base they have coming into this tournament, that should hopefully give them a lot of strength. Opposite side, 5 threats. They're a team that have a lot of individual talent, but I do have to question how synergized they are going to be together. Yes, Luna and Yatum, who's not playing today, Luna isn't, do have synergy together in previous teams, but Talon is formerly of LMV. I got to question what he's going to be able to do with the team.
FTY spot out a couple of the TJB players. It's the battle of 3 letters going on right now, but not really too much to worry about for TJB as they give it the old crisscross and not really too many off angles that they could take. It was just Shinyo taking those shots, I think, over towards TJB.
Good stuff. Suppressing fire, send the team back, make a little bit more space for yourselves. Slow them down. It's going to be the name of the game for FTY. I don't think this is quite the circle where they need to be ultra aggressive on the edge of the circle. But again, just sending a little bit of a message. The one thing they'll need to think about is the fact that with them taking shots, other teams around them will be privy to their location a little bit more heavily. You have Swat 69 across the road on the hill down in the southeast side of the circle. Unicorns of Love across the road as well, along with 4 Romanian Men. 4 teams clustered up could very easily come together if Phase 4 shifts up north.
We were just looking at Beg for Mercy's position on the hillside. Really, really dangerous. Very close to Vamos. That's the shift that comes out northeast. Big, happy.
They are happier than a pig in a farm right now with how well they're positioned. And I love the spread they even have, right? They're not relying solely on the actual compound. They have Mizaro holding onto the hill overlooking the western side of Rozhok. They have Beast overlooking the field outside of Yasnaya. Many angles are covered. And here's the thing. It's a kind of position where teams aren't really going to want to breach. So in my eyes, they are well stable for the next 2 circles.
Trying to plant themselves on this hillside. Giants rolling up and down and actually looking for a safer position, maybe just clearing out the angles to push up onto this compound. But a little bit further down the hill, like a Real Tiger 9 waiting in the wings to maybe spring an ambush here, but the vehicle sounds are going to give the game away. Mitchie from Real Tiger 9 dropping those smokes as they look to entrench on this plateau.
Yeah, they'd say with the northern shift, 4 teams that were down on the southeast side would potentially come close to each other. That has somewhat been the case. 5 threats to Yatum, opening the door and saying hello to Super Young Rosser, getting a knock to help their push into the edge of the circle. Well, RESQ, they're going in extremely desperately, but they found a bit of a compound that they can seem to call their own.
They take that leapfrog in the shack and they have that position now. Looking to hold it out. Not really too much contest to stop them from just moving straight on in. It's you have to wonder where were the shots coming through to stop that rotation. But Vamos, they got the memo. They're taking those shots. They're trying to open up the foreground for them, not landing the shot quite there. As Vamos not able to slow down Big just yet. Unicorns of Love, Elisio starting to chime on in. Fantastic stuff from the previous season's MVP. Looks like they're going to do a little bit more as well. Real Tiger 9 suffering at the hands of the Unicorns.
I said that Big weren't really going to be breached on towards this northern side position. They recognized that it could be the case, so they sent Swave to support Mizaro. FTY now gets a knock. Shinyo onto Nano.
Shinyo finding that opener. Great stuff against Giants. That's going to slow them down on the eastern side. It's going to make it a little bit harder to move forward if they don't have that outpost in Nano. So they're going to have to figure something out. They're going to have to bide their time and make some new plans here. And in the meantime, FTY can swing around the side and maybe get ahead. Super Young Roster, Real Tiger 9, both caught in the valley here. And locked into combat. Elendo with a nade over the top, the last standing. But Hamodi is there to get rezzed. Mango stands in front of them.
It's only a matter of time before Mango goes down. I don't think he has any more nades in his back pocket. He's going to loot up, I believe, the bodies of his teammates, so he could be able to extract a couple more nades and smokes to keep him alive. But once again, like I said, I feel like it's just a matter of time before he goes down.
FTY going down as well, eliminated out of the first game of the day. RESQ, they took a knockout in the open, but Elendo is bombarding the position, and finally one hits the mark. Mango goes down, and Real Tiger 9 dashed in the valley. Unicorns of Love, though, they're still going strong. 3 eliminations already, and they have RESQ in their sights as Clear Vision gets eliminated as well. Blood on the top floor now, standing for RESQ.
It's great for Unicorns of Love. This position that they're shooting towards is not inside this next circle, but it's just as crucial for them to slow down the likes of RESQ that are outside the circle as it is to push in on towards the teams that are inside the circle, because you got to cover your backs, right, John? You got to make sure that what is around you is clear so that you are focused moving into the edge of the circle. Swat 69 holding on to the south side. Big will now have to move out. Vamos is close by. They're prone and down. They're looking to move in, but the blue zone is already starting to engulf them.
5 zone as well. That's a lot of damage. This is where Big need to flick that switch that you were talking about, right? It's all guns blazing now. They need to move in, and look at that. They're on the road. They are rallying across the field and trying to make that push forwards, but Unicorns of Love on the hillside, looking for a little bit more. One has fallen, but they're giving so much more than they're getting. Daddy falls, but it's the backup from the back as well, and the Alicio MVP is going to stand tall again. Moving in, though, with two teammates down, crossing that road got so much harder. And with players at their front, with teams waiting to snap up those elimination points, it's going to be hard for Unicorns to make this work.
I love the fact that the automatic thought was not get the revives. It was send the player in closer to the edge of the circle. Big game over. This is a battle that we're going to see many times throughout this PMPL. Two teams that I would argue were expected to qualify for the PMGC last year. Failed to make it. Will 2022 be their year?
Narvalo, all three players from Big bearing down, and gets one, looks for a second, but they do get that elimination in response, and Game Lord in that first conflict of a battle that will rage over the days to come. Big come out on top. One knock, and it will slow them down on the eastern flank.
Yes, Game Lord, as Max alluded to, going to be trying many things across this PMPL, but Big, well, like I said, sending the message is super young roster, slowing down Unicorns of Love down on the south side. RESQ, they may have been punished by Unicorns of Love earlier on, but they have found a bit of a position on the western edge.
Resnov down, Alicio looking for the res as well, moves into that smoke, slows it down, doesn't want to get pre-fired on the angle. And on the southwestern side, they have a tough time of it. On the eastern edge, Big looking to sweep on in behind the players on that northern side as the shift comes through.
Super young roster. They're out of here. Take her down, Bubba. Now as the next circle shifts, it goes up north. TJB, they have compound, they have control. 4 Romanian Men. They're also looking good on the southwest.
Another nade over the top of Vamos. Starting to feel the pressure from the back there. Swat does go down in response, but more knocks are being sent out their way. Beast has fallen, and actually Mihi as well. Big, they just got wiped out. Vamos hold out on the northeastern side. I thought it was going badly, but no. They turn around and deal with the situation. Unfortunately, there is more than one going on right now as Unicorns of Love fall. The powerhouses from around the map are starting to tumble, and TJB is looking good for Kalaris on the desk.
Maybe Big didn't flick the switch earlier enough and punish Vamos as they tried to breach on in, and they paid the ultimate price. 4 Romanian Men crest on the hillside as they look to punish, beat down Swat 69. Be third party left, right, and center.
Vamos finally eliminated. They couldn't handle all the pressure that was coming at them. They were in the circle, but everybody was looking their way. Swat 69, one player down, but atop the hill, it's the 4 Romanian Men. 2 players from RESQ. A little bit further down, you got TJB as well. Pretenders to try and take this one up, but it's difficult. It's tough. There's not too much to do here.
XTEAM have the low ground, John. If anything, they're not really focused by RESQ. RESQ are more looking in the direction of, sorry, not RESQ, 4 Romanian Men. 4 Romanian Men, they're looking more towards RESQ's position.
Looks like that's going to work out for them. Tick goes down. They spotted blood as well. And RESQ swept off the hills. Very nice wherewithal there. 4 Romanian Men. Down the hill, TJB, they have a compound, and that could prove to be pretty pivotal here. As Swat 69 start to mount this hillside.
Some nades from the members of 4 Romanian Men to try and slow down Swat 69 could be very positive. But of course, focus for Swat 69 is looking to be towards TJB.
Nay's just flying over the top. What do you do if you're Swat 69 here? I mean, you've got to start isolating those. Look for this next shift. Just cut off those sight lines and make the move, because right now it's pushing them closer and closer. TJB will have to leave as well, and around those to boot. Zone take the towards Swat 16, and it's going to go down. It will slow them down.
9 losing a plenty of blue off speed. Wasn't best happen to them, and that allows Sarah to get a knock.
She TJB on the second side, rolling around 3 players there. Romanian Men in the meantime. On down into position, but they're getting cut down as soon as they step up. TJB, they were in the perfect position to capitalize on this. There is a knockback over towards TJB, but the numbers have equalized and XTEAM can move to the circle. This might be the time for XTEAM to strike that position as players from TJB start to fall. Just the one left standing. It's LX. Not too much more for Romanian Men. With 2 players looking for the Rezon to do. One from TJB is dealt with, but XTEAM in the meantime have been able to shimmy around and get their foot into this next circle.
I laid the groundwork. I said their position was not being focused on by 4 Romanian Men, nor was it focused on by TJB. What a nade from Cyox.
XTEAM played this one absolutely beautifully. 4 Romanian Men make the slip. They push down and they get caught in the crossfire. And now with a sliver of HP, Redox has it all to do. He's got a first aid. He can start to pop this. 1 bullet, 1 thing is all you need, and that's going to seal the deal. XTEAM from the sidelines, able to come back swinging. And over the top, 4 Romanian Men are toppled. It's XTEAM for the first chicken dinner.
The Kosovo representatives played this late game absolutely perfectly. While the likes of 4 Romanian Men, TJB, they made all the noise, XTEAM waited in the wings. They played it. I don't really know what else to say, because on one hand, I feel bad for 4 Romanian Men, because I think they deserved the chicken dinner, right, John, on how they pushed on the Swat 69 downhill. That was a massive risk. And in the end, they still turned around. They took down Tongjabao. They didn't watch their backs enough. They didn't wipe out who was behind them. XTEAM, they struck.
Well, they did not quite make it towards the end. Of course, it was going to be XTEAM taking that chicken dinner. 6 eliminations and an excellent points total to bring it up.
Yeah, 26 eliminations, and they got 2 of them towards the end. It's not like they hadn't put in the groundwork, but it clearly wasn't as action-packed of a game for XTEAM as it was, like I mentioned, for Romanian Men, Tongjabao, or even Swat 69 down on the south side. It's the way these games can work sometimes, though, John. I think at the end of the day, all of the top 4 teams will be very happy with their performance. For XTEAM, grabbing the first chicken dinner is a PMPL qualified team, that will really boost our confidence.
I think this game was a masterclass in control of sightlines, right? I feel like position and sightlines were absolutely crucial. I mean, you see that normally we see probably a couple more nade eliminations there coming through, but it was only Beast and I think a couple of other players who managed to get that 1 elim, but up the top, it wasn't to be for 4 Romanian Men, only to be toppled at the last moment there by XTEAM. A fantastic performance, a great result. We'll head to a break. We'll see you after that.
And what a way to finish off our first match here in PMPL Western Europe spring season, our first season of the year. An XTEAM, the team coming in from qualifiers, able to take themselves a big victory. And Max, man, well, you talked about him, well, them, you talked about Beg for Mercy as well coming in off the team. And you know what? They live true. Maybe it is a new year for you with no curse in sight.
I mean, Beg for Mercy did not survive the end there. So, I don't know how far, I really helped out there, but it is true that they got themselves into a good position, and they did, we talked about it with Kalaris, they did somewhat steal that win away, but they were very opportunistic, and they struck while the iron is hot, and they got the chicken dinner. We can't complain. Every team gets a chicken dinner like that every once in a while, so... Yeah. It's a way like any other to get the win here. Yeah,
from the very word go, if you're, seeing a team being able to get a victory off the back of only having, 2 people alive during their transitions, which were sketchy transitions, which we'll elaborate on a little bit more, it is brilliant to see here, all things considered. So, and, understanding what is ahead of you in terms of the teams and playing that patient as well to try and get to the next circles, very well done.
And to be fair, I mean, we were even mentioning it while we're watching the match that it just seems very, very slow. And I think, Max, you were saying you think it's probably first match of the season. No real need to do anything too crazy or get too aggressive right off the bat.
Yeah, from what we saw in the last seasons, right, things were a lot faster, but it's just the first few matches. And for a lot of these teams, right, this is their very first PMPL, so they're going to adapt. There was a few hot drops. I think there was even one fight happening between XTEAM and SYR actually onto the western coastal line. So XTEAM losing their players very early, but still able to get the chicken dinner. Those things are going to be ironed out as the days go on and the games go on. So I'm not really too scared. I think things will speed up as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and I feel like we can't forget this as well, Claris, is the fact that every team here in the league stage plays only 8 matches, right? In the league stage, right? So if you're going to go into your first match of the whole event and get aggressive, get crazy, and will unfortunately fall, you're putting yourself already 1 foot behind the rest of the team. So I think in general, the mindset of teams is going to be just qualify for Super Weekend. That's where the points matter, right? That's where the points stick around.
Yeah, and especially in some of these first matches that you're playing amongst some of these teams and things like that. I think a lot of these teams understand where the big teams are going to be dropping, or just most of the teams are going to be dropping in terms of their main drop location. But it's those small compounds just slightly outside that potentially overlap, which is where you'll see some casualties here in the elimination. So that's, I think, why we saw that in the first time around and that regame into the second time around as well.
Well, we can see here our little results from the last match. 2 teams on 21 points for Romanian Men, 9 eliminations. Great to see the boys from, well, I can't say the boys, the men from Romania able to frag out off the bat. But also for me, seeing TJB Max with 6 eliminations. GK first going out relatively early compared to the rest of his team. I think this is a strong showing of that shadow that's always cast on a team when you're with GK first is, can the rest of the team play to the level he can?
Yeah, it was actually some really weird mid-game session for TJB, how they were approaching their rotation. They would do very small amount of scouting and move around some compounds that we knew teams were going to be positioned in there, and they just like, let's confuse the enemy, and just roll with like 4 different cars, and they were like, everyone's trying to shoot, like what the hell's happening with TJB? And luckily enough, off the back of that, they do get himself encircled, do put a lot of pressure onto Swat 69, I believe it was, but going uphill versus 4 Romanian Men was very hard because 4 Romanian Men were putting all of their focus onto TJB, which is also, Kalaris, as we mentioned, that the reason why you have XTEAM come in from the back and steal the win.
Yeah, very front forwarding and moving to that effect, right? Not really kind of paying much attention to what is going on behind them. They had a 1-3 split for a while, and I feel like if they'd have had maybe a 2-2 split for a little bit longer, they could have actually held out the position of XTEAM or been a little bit more aware of what was going on behind them to then have the knock-on, the butterfly effect of actually potentially rounding out this game as the victors.
Yeah, obviously a little bit tough for some of the teams out there. A little bit of luck plays a bit of a part, but let's actually dive into XTEAM really quickly here. Get a look at their team stats in terms of players, right? We want to see who's really standing out for the team, who's the one that's going to step up and be that star player. Though, saying that, it's still, I feel like that era of PUBG Mobile's gone, of having that one standout, one star player. You want to have multiple people who can do the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the idea. And despite still, as I mentioned, Beg for Mercy being, in my opinion, the player that can help this team go really far, he went out super early in this game, and the rest of the team was still able to push himself into a really good position. Super opportunistic, as we already mentioned, taking that finishing fight versus 4 Romanian Men. So this is great from XTEAM. Let's not forget, this is a team that did come in from the Western European qualifier. We have a big thing about consistency in this region, right? Is this going to be their one-off game where they got lucky and they did get themselves a chicken dinner, or are we going to see this become a consistent factor going into the next few games. That's what I'm hoping to see, but definitely a really good start from the team.
And I will say, you know, if this is your salvage game, if this was your salvage situation and you get a victory off of the back of this, well played, boys. Because quite honestly, the things that they need to fix from this game, despite getting themselves the victory anyway, the drop at the beginning, okay, you don't lose somebody, you don't necessarily go to that compound those buildings, that's fine, you can look for other buildings. And then the rotations through, they were not easy by any stretch of the imagination. They squeezed through a few teams to be able to get to the spot. So the rotations won't be as difficult potentially going into all of the games across the board. So this is a good start for them.
This is a really grim team. You have Zombie, you have Ghoul, you have Nightmare, you have Beg for Mercy. Like, that's very dark, XTEAM. I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm just imagining like the Thriller dance now for some reason from Michael Jackson. All of them. I want that. I want that.
Maybe we can get them to do poses like that. Let's take a look though at TJB and again see who's really stand out for the team. We've always talked about GK first being the standout player when it comes to this roster in any iteration it's ever been, but we've always criticized them of having other people who can step up, and we did see GK first go down early. You can see no damage recorded out of him, but then you see Lang able to come in with 535, even Lin coming in with 529.
And actually, this is the big question mark that I think maybe a few of us might have here. Max, correct me if I'm wrong, is how are Lang X as well as Lang Z, if he is on moves onto the field, how are they going to fare in this roster? Because we've watched multiple times the other guys come out and perform big on PENTA, and of course GK first, obviously flexing to other teams in the past as well. How are these guys going to do? This is a great showing from Lang X to start things off for our image of the team.
We even saw like our world champions, right, suffering from a very similar issue where they would have the star players where in that case it was going to be the top player of Paraboy that would perform, and sometimes the team not doing well around them. If we can see these new additions to the team perform well this early on in the tournament, I am super hopeful, because this team that maybe still needs a little bit of time to really get that synergy going because they're newly got together. If they're already doing this good at the very start, man, in a few weeks' time, they could be even better. They could take home that first place. So I'm really hyped to see what this new iteration of PENTA now, TJB, can actually bring to the table.
Just gonna knock on wood here. That's a big statement to make right off the bat from just one showing, to be fair. But we'll see, and obviously have a lot of hopes for them going on and live up to the TJB name, who obviously made it into PMGC now with this roster. If you guys missed out the first match, though, let's recap what's happening later on today. We got Miramar coming up next with Group D sitting out. Then we go on to Erangel with Group C, and then continue until Group A sits out at the very end of the day. So it's Miramar and Erangel all day long tomorrow as well. But next week, I believe it's Erangel and Sandhawk. So we're going to be getting into that in a little bit of time. I know how much all of you guys love Sandhawk at home, and how much you guys here on the desk as well love Sandhawk.
Yeah, it's great. Can't wait.
Well, I mean, at least we're not going to have, well, I was going to say, at least we're not going to have teams just sitting there in the blue as their main strategy, looking at digging the galaxy. But either way, Group D sitting out. So TJB, they get off to a strong start, but unfortunately, they have to sit out this match.
Yeah, a little break this time around. We got some pretty big teams, and I think that you got a few players, especially here, that you wanted to touch upon here, Killars, because we got 4 Romanian boys jumping into this team, especially. But Eastern Stars, Kapahala, Octavian finally coming back on board. So see if they can start off with a banger here.
Yeah, there's some heavy hitters in Group E going on, and of course, as we're obviously looking at Eastern Stars as one of them. But you know what? My guilty pleasure, man. Team Doom is back. We're not quite going on to Erangel onto a military finish, so that's fine. But I like myself some Team Doom, and you know, I mean, even PENTA with guys like Halls in there as well. I'm excited to see what Group E Jason is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot about this group, actually. We unfortunately didn't have time to really mention it before when we were talking about the other teams, but being stacked like crazy. And for me, Eastern Stars, the Warlord, Kapahala, as you mentioned before, like I got to see what these boys can bring. But it is time to head over to our casters, though, as the next match is ready to go. So let's bring back in John Allen. And for the first time here today, we got your boy Blank.
We've got my boy Blank. That's right. We're going to be getting right into game number 2. It's exciting. Of course, Miramar up for grabs here after a really strong sightline control finish for me in that last game. I'm looking forward to seeing what this Miramar has in store. You know, that's probably going to be echoed here. Hopefully, we'll see some good control, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, you just went over pretty much all the details of playing PUBG Mobile. You had the sightlines, you had the control, you had the top side, the trees, the everything, and that's absolutely fine. But we don't have much of the trees here on Miramar. Bit more of a barren wasteland is this one. Lots of space to be played around. I think that, you know what, though, with as many of those as possible, Team Doom, Claris is a fan. if we do get a Southern Circle, I can see Team Doom doing something about that. And I think if we can take anything from Team Doom coming into this one from that group, is that they're a pretty good team at getting around like awkward scenarios, awkward situations.
Yeah, I mean, and of course you've got that cold name buff that Jason alluded to earlier, obviously with Icy and with Frozen being so prevalent. They've got Frosty on the roster for Team Doom. So hopefully going to be able to chill out on Miramar just a little bit. We're into the map once again. And it looks like it's approaching from pretty Middle East right now.
Yeah, from just above Puerto País, all the way over to just underneath El Paso. So quite a kind little plane path we got ahead of ourselves here. La Verdita open San Martin, also the top of Power Grid, Picado, you know, all the general spots that you'd want to pick up nice and early. Curious to see who's going to be dropping Impala. It tends to be a very, very good position for a lot of teams because it gives you that northern rotational path through El Azahar and also the option to head down towards Los Leones with a fairly guarded approach as well, which is kind of nice. This is what you always want to see, right? But yeah, this is a pretty kind playing path. I don't think anyone can complain seeing this one.
No, it should be fairly open and accessible. Let's take a look at where those teams are going to drop. Obviously, at the first Miramar of the tournament, you can scrim all you like, but sometimes those things do start to change over the course of a tournament. Certainly, drop spots have and will continue to develop. Late drops coming through from XTEAM, and I think that's one of the 4 Romanians on that northern side as well. I think it's 4 Romanian boys, if I'm not mistaken. Not the men, the boys.
The boys, indeed. And you say that drop spots develop over time. Some don't. Some just stay the same, concrete, just like Eastern Stars tend to pick up Impala quite often. And I wondered if they do the same here, and they have actually continued with that. Now, I was talking to the guys on the analysis desk. Sorry, you weren't there, John. I was away with the clouds over there with the big boys, the big brains. But I was talking about, you know, having Doran on the team of Eastern Stars, moving in from 4 Romanian boys on that last season, is a great pickup, in my opinion, because Eastern Stars, they're always really lack that initiator to get into position. Yes, they have Octavian, who's a great flanker, Kapahala, who can make big things happen, but usually from the backstop, right? But they didn't really have that player who was able to move forward, and a lot of times that kind of came back to bite them. So having Doran here in the mix is absolutely fantastic. Super young roster, though, currently facing off against Clear Vision with RT9 off the distance.
Ooh, a bit of Picado panic blank to start things off. Losing a player on Miramar, not great. I mean, losing a player anywhere, not great, really. But Hamodi going down, not Hamodi, sorry. He was the one who managed to pick up that elimination. At the moment, Clear Vision, they're down 2. Wait, hang on a minute.
2? Yeah, there's 2 Hamodis.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's going to get me. That's going to get me. I guarantee it. It already has. That's number 1. Should we keep a tally over the course of the tournament? No, I'm all right. I'll be... I don't think numbers can go that high. But Clear Vision lose their Hamodi. Super young roster keep theirs on board.
Exactly. It's the battle of the Hamodis, you know. It's like extremely rare card, and somehow we've managed to get a duplicate in this tournament. That's fine. Everybody's happy with duplicates. Here we go, the super young roster. We did see some stuff come out from them last season. I think they were one of my standout teams in terms of like general performance as a new team coming into the fold, right? Ali 21, definitely one of those big standouts for me, honestly. He is also a big stander. You know, he really, really picks it up in terms of that fighting capability during a lot of those messy moments when it comes down to it. But he really did impress me. And I think if Super Young roster can keep this up, yeah, I'm kind of not expecting like a first, second, third place out of them. But that's okay. They're still developing as a team, still creating those strong foundations for themselves. And that's fine, realistically. I mean, PUBG Mobile is going to be around for a long, long time. We all hope, fingers crossed. So you have time to make this one happen. And with the way that PMGC scoring works, you know, you might get a fairly decent scoring this season, get a better one next, and that might just punch your ticket over towards PMGC. But we still do need to get those PMGC points figured out, and how that'll all come down to play. You'll find all that out over on the social medias of PUBG Mobile when they do finally release those.
Yeah, that'd be nice, isn't it? Taking a look at those social media channels.
Well, that could be quite a while.
Ooh, a little bit of a teaser there. Ooh, love to see it. Love to see it. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that's something that I think that could really start to shift within PUBG Mobile, right? There's been a lot of focus, I think, for me, especially in regions like NA, on short-term gains in terms of doing better and getting that top spot, as opposed to shifting to a much more long-term goal-oriented style of managing these teams within the regions, right? And that's something I would really love to see more of, and it's what you were sort of talking about there, is not aiming for the win this season potentially, if you're a new roster, but developing and bringing yourself together as a team and creating a foundation to be able to build up on that castle.
That is the best way of putting it, really. You're completely right, John, and I think that I think that's one of the things that I'm very respectful when it comes to Western Europe, is the way that a lot of these teams stick together for a long time and come back, refold. I mean, Big, who did fantastically well that last game, another team like that, yeah, they used to be, I was calling them the upgraded Destiny roster, I'll be honest, because they did have a pretty, as Maxman put it quite aptly, a bit of a grim cut when it came to their team from Destiny into our last season of Western Europe, where you had 2 players go to one team, 2 players to another. I believe that was Big and Destiny itself. And now they've kind of reformed Mozero back on the team, which is good to see. And I think they did have some good synergy. And if they can keep that up, you know, I think Big can do some, I'm not going to say big, large things in this tournament.
Certainly. Grand things abound, hopefully.
Exactly.
We'll do that. Maybe Max can give us some words for Big in French as well, and we can start throwing those in into the mix. That'd be nice.
Gross, I'm pretty sure is one of them.
Isn't that? Least. Doesn't that mean fat?
No.
Or is it like wide, or like big or wide?
What are you trying to say? That's rude.
Look, my French education stopped about 12 years ago, so
that's fair play. That's fair play. I did A-level French for about 2 months, and then decided it was too hard and dropped out. That's not a joke.
Max, we've had word from Max. The course does mean fat.
Oh, does it? Well, yeah. Same thing. Large, fat. It's the same. There you go.
Well, is it though?
It's a fat win. What can I say?
pH fat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone wants. Everyone wants a pH fat win. That's what it's all about. Eastern Stars, once again, talking about this team earlier on. Doran, nice addition here. I love his picture as well. You know, he's kind of that humble, I will take down your whole team look. You know, it's like I am going to come over there and double kill at least 2 of you guys, get the double knock, and then the rest of the team, they'll do what needs to be done. Again, he is a new addition to this team, so we'll have to see how that actually pans out, because obviously Eastern Stars, one of a long-standing roster in terms of who they've had on the team. I think this is one of the major additions that they've actually made recently, so we'll see how that actually comes down. Swat 69, another cool team to talk about, John, because these guys, yeah, they might not put up the best performance every season, but they do keep coming back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming in from that Middle Eastern region, picking up this roster, coming back and having more of a shout. It's nice to see an ever stable presence within the scene. Hopefully they can, as we were talking about earlier, build those foundations for themselves in Western Europe.
Circle heads down towards the southwest side of the map, with Chumacera being open, as well as still Minas del Sur as Los Higos. So, you know, a lot of that map on that southwest side is available, but I doubt that many teams are going to be heading into those foothills of Chumacera. On the other hand, we have FTY going up against Big and getting torn apart. Actually, this is not what we expected.
I mean, last game we were talking about their communication, how they've been practicing for those early fights, but right now it is crumbling for Big. Just the one player standing, and the nades over the top as well. They need this res to come through if they have a chance. Mihi back on feet now. Mozero as well, starting to swing out wide. 2 players moving up the top here.
Could be good, actually.
For FTY. Nice position, and the nades are pretty on point. Don't think that one quite landed where they wanted it. The Beast still separated, isolated from the rest of the team. These nades are on point. This is what makes Big so strong. It can start to come crashing down, but they lay out those supports and they prop themselves back up. But this is now very difficult. Excellent rotations coming through from FTY to move out wide. They get the high ground on the hill, and Big's options are dwindling by the moment.
Yeah, they lose another player there. Just a bodged res coming through. Mihi, though, perfect. shot from the backside, but not quite enough. Does go down also. This smokes will provide a little bit of cover for just a tiny little while longer. But Ades off in the distance, he held the backstop, and it looked like that's all FTY needed without dropping a single player here, John. 4 eliminations on the cards for them, and this is beautiful. Big, you are right. They kind of crumbled there, but the response was still pretty good, John, right? The smokes that came down that blocked off Addis's sight lines on the left side, but they were always in an awkward scenario. Getting those reses in that tiny little pitched valley, whilst the rest of the team from FTY can go up top side on the east, it's never a fun spot to be in.
I mean, that's what really won the fight for FTY, is moving up for that off angle. A lot of teams, certainly teams that I tend to play with, would have just gone for a full push onto that big position. I think they would have had a better chance there. But moving out wide and restaging for a second wave attack, I think that's what won FTY the fight. It might not have been the most difficult call to make in that scenario, but it still was incredibly effective.
Yeah, and it showed patience as well. I think it's the main thing, because you have Addis on the off angle. Yeah, you get smoked, but they're like, you know, we can take our time with this fight. We don't have to push on immediately. They have to get this res. It looks like they're playing for it with the nades coming through. So, all in all, well played to FTY. Good patience, good knowledge of what was happening in that fight. And you've got to respect that. Team Doom on the southern side, you know, we talked about the southern side and how they love those awkward points. They're able to get their way through. But they will have to do some free soloing through Chumacera, you know, find those footholds, find those handholds, and move their way through Minas del Valle, as we do get this circle that centers up around those Chumacera foothills. We'll have a little bit of Picardo off in the distance, but with the range of hillsides over there, it's not the most ideal position. There is a fair few compounds here though, John, and that is a big plus factor for a lot of teams that aren't quite in the circle yet, is that a lot of real estate will still be open by the time they get in.
Speed of rotation in Miramar, or, well, not speed necessarily, but timing. Absolutely crucial. Making sure that you have control of open ground. I mean, that's sort of PUBG Mobile 101, right? Control the ground you're about to move into. But when you're up against teams like these, it becomes basically the prime currency in terms of point scoring moving forwards. Chumacera, center of the circle.
You see that we have 15 teams still on board. Again, Miramar, so much space to be played around with. We're not really going to see a lot of teams going down until much later on in the game. Big going out in 16th place, though, it doesn't bode well. Again, we were still fairly impressed with their response to the situation that did occur, though really, in my opinion, from the position they were in, I don't think it should have happened in the first place, but that is something that they can contemplate on. Day one shenanigans, we're going to get these things happening. And they've already come off of a fairly okay game, so it's not the worst thing in the world for them. We do get this next circle heading up towards the northeast side, though, John. And honestly, I don't think it's very fun to play this spot.
No, it's very, very hard, because there's high ground that you're pushing into on that southwest side. There's buildings that you're pushing into on that southwest side. Everybody is going to be aware that there's teams coming from that. It's not fun. It's not fun.
Clear Vision actually have a fairly good spot, but with only 2 players, you know, I can imagine that they're going to get run over fairly soon. I believe that is the 4 Romanian Boys coming in on that southeast side. It's 4 Romanian Men. It's the 4 Romanian Men on the southeast side. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got the 4 Romanian Boys on the southwest. You know, I see 4R, and I want to call 1, but I'm wrong. I'll have to remember this in future. Don't worry. I'll get it right, guys. It is boys and men. They're fairly easy to differentiate. One's about 2 foot and the other is 5 to 6.
8 Romanian males when.
Exactly. That's what I really need. My brain would be fried at that point. Luckily, we're here on Miramar, and I brought plenty of water with me as well, ensuring that I was prepared for this very, very heated match that was about to occur. Chumacera, though, yeah, you are right, John. There's a lot of awkward terrain here. And if you're on the northeast side of this circle, you still have to cross that road. A lot of teams are going to be making their way through this position, slowly edging their way in. So, you know, Swat 69, Unicorns of Love, Super Young roster, all these teams are going to clash at some point and then clash again as they try and cross that road to get to greener pastures over towards Chumacera. We might even have this urban finish, which a lot of teams don't like, but I do like. It's always fun. It's always great to watch. There's so much action that occurs in that situation. So save the smokes, save the nades, because they'll be absolutely crucial to ensuring that these teams make it through those streets.
Super Young roster on the swivel, with their Hamori still standing. Do you know what? I'm glad that the other not glad, but I'm kind of somewhat
down.
pleased that the other Hamori is down, just to alleviate that pressure early on into the game. I'm sure it will come back to bite me. Mango for Real Tiger 9 does take a tumble, but should be fairly resable in this position. Vamos, they managed to hold out in that last game on the northeastern side against 3 or 4 teams very, very well. Again, they're on this edge position, this time on the northwest. They've got Real Tiger 9 ahead of them.
Real Tiger 9 just holding them down. Vamos, again, it's this case of moving up and down. Prada does have the vehicle in hand. This guy's been playing in PUBG Mobile Esports for quite some time now, so should be able to lead the rest of his team through this. Bit of a weird spot, but there are other eyes on this one. Super Young roster, Unicorns of Love, a team. Both teams I called early that would probably clash here. Boss and Alicio trying to hold it down. See how far they can go. Ali is hitting the floor early, though, for Super Young roster. Gives just a little bit of a moment for Unicorns of Love to breathe a sigh of relief.
Aye, but time does tick away here. Obviously on the long side of the circle, going to have to move from this fight fairly soon. You can see that timer ticking away at the top of your screens, and Unicorns of Love, they're trapped in this fight. Super Young roster, they have a little bit of elevation. They can get this res and send away, but they might just want to wipe out Unicorns of Love right here and now. As up to the top he goes. It's Icy looking to chill them out here. I had to do it. I'm sorry, Blank. Super Young roster, though, they're getting this res by the vehicles, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them leave.
Yeah, Ali back up again as well is a bit of a rough spot. Nice nade, though, from Icy. Will take down Tam Tam. It was only a lick of damage, but that's all it took to get the knock. Alendo in the back does send another nade in. Nice. It is great through the smoke, and Boss goes up in flames.
And they're looking for that flush as well. Hamori confirms this elimination. Well, not just yet. Saves the bullet, a little bit of ammo conservation, but now they're going to have to leave as the circle's pushing up on them.
Slight problem there for the boys from Super Young roster. Obviously, they're not able to loot as much as they might have liked. Once they go into the circle, just bandages at the time being. Game Lord, though, holding down this very typical spot over towards this side of the map, right in the middle of the circle, which did move up towards that northwest side. This is a really, really nice spot to play in. You know, you've got a lot of angles you can move back to in the concretes themselves. Plus, look at this spot here. You know, Akashi has got so much free reign of the ground around him. So he should be okay. Drops back down again, a little bit aware that there might be some teams looking in his direction. But this is generally a good spot to hold out now. They just have to be very worried about these buildings in front, because they can get pushed up on. And in that situation, then it's just a slow slog as they move through the buildings towards Game Lord's spot, which is why they're trying to take up so much ground this early in the final circles.
Super Young roster do not want to let the Unicorns of Love lie. Only one player still standing for the Unicorns, and that's Reznov. Just up the hill from Super Young roster. They made their way in to the edge of this circle, but they have to be worried about these off angles. Lovely spray, not quite able to do all the damage necessary, and another third party coming on through. Super Young roster suffering now on the eastern edge.
Absolutely. That was FTY taking some shots down towards them whilst they're trying to deal with Swat 69. Super Young roster make the smart decision and get out of dodge nice and early. But they will be moving into uncharted territory down towards Eastern Stars, who both also have to make their way through FTY. They have coalesced. There is Redox in the back there as well from 4 Romanian Men trying to make it in with Rana down towards that southeast side. So they have a fair few couple of cards still waiting and ready to be played later on in the game. Game Lord, though, a little bit split. Akashi off the distance, but Akashi is great at being that solo warrior.
Push on through for the Eastern Stars, right up to FTY. Octavian already up on the top there. Doran looking for the shots, and it's Octavian to find the first knock there. Smoke's being pushed forwards, and FTY Maybe not looking for more here, but Doran goes down and Addis gets that flush as well. A beautiful push comes through and there's more to be done as well. Out the side, gets that flush confirmed. Now Eastern Stars looking to pick up the pieces from the rest of this fight, but it's just Octavian. Slows things down and pops that first aid here. FTY, 2 players forwards.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, not having that player on the valley side towards the south of Octavian right now was a great idea. I think they pushed up a little bit too much in this situation, and Alice was able to get away with bloody murder in that situation there. So not the greatest of starts that fight, but I'm glad that Eastern Stars actually got down and dirty nice and early in the fight. Octavian now just running for his life.
Oh, is he going to hear this? The dropout is there. Shinyo goes out far too wide, and Octavian drops him like a sack of potatoes.
It's all of them.
That is FTY handled. Octavian on the prowl.
Goodness me, I'm not sure what happened to the rest of them. Maybe took some pot shots from a distance, but a buggy as well in lieu will send Octavian flying into these final circles where he can hope to pick up a couple of more points. This is Eastern Star's first game of the day. Obviously, we've already played Erangel, but his group was not playing then. RESQ still in the mix of things. A team that played last season, but honestly didn't really make too much of a splash, to be honest. I think they've got a few more different players in the mix as well now, so we'll see what they can do going forward. Real Tiger 9s down to just 2. As we'll see Michu hit the floor.
Unfortunate. Happens though. It's the sight lines over on Miramar. Tries to get in the vehicle, but Blood has to get out again. Eastern Stars, Kapahala, Octavian was the last standing, did get eliminated just there. Team Doom to fall as well. Super young roster, 6 eliminations right now, Blank. From that Eastern side, they've had a gauntlet to get through, but they have survived it.
Yeah, it's been really good. I think it's been a sense of, you know, take this fight, leave that fight, take this fight, leave that fight. And they've been making all the right decisions so far to get into the circle on this southeast side. They've had ample opportunity to keep messing with SWAT 69, but they've refused to do it because they're looking for a better spot within this circle, trying to clear this southeast edge, specifically looking down towards clear vision, the rest of 4 Romanian boys. But they've got now SWAT 69 at bay, and look at that. Hamodi, another beautiful shot coming through, takes down the final player of 4 Romanian boys there, will send them looking pretty. Now just Clear Vision Esports to deal with, and Hamodi's got his eyes on them as well.
He's just spraying through that smoke, making that ridgeline inoperable. This is what you like to see. Super young roster dominating this hillside. Unfortunately, they've got Game Lord to their 4. And in that compound as well. Very difficult ground to move through.
The Akashi assassin was uncowled in this situation. Hood pulled down and it was visible to all, got taken down on that northwest edge, and it's unfortunate that their foothold there in Akashi did go down, as we do see this circle head up towards that northwest side where RESQ currently holding onto it with for dear life, to be honest with you, with the amount of players they still have up and running. Once again, Super Young roster are making things happen, and I'm really glad to see it, to be honest with you, because these teams are so fun to watch.
Trying to get that cover, get that res up, see what they can do there to keep all 4 alive. They have 8 elims so far, but Real Tiger 9 now under pressure. Nasgod last standing as PENTA bear down upon them. Holes over the top side, moves out to the UAS, and damage sent back their way. Nasgod holds out, but it has to turn sour some point. And finally, they managed to handle it. PENTA, 4 eliminations, 1 knock. Super young roster, the only other team with that number of players up.
Beautiful stuff to see PENTA doing so well here with the experienced veteran of Holes looking like he's leading the charge at the moment. It's great stuff, and honestly, for the first game of the day, they're looking hot right now. They do go down, player drop, but we'll get them back up again. But with 4 players, they are looking like one hell of a beast at the final leg of this journey on Miramar. Hamodi will be taken down in the process. Super young roster losing players left, right, and center.
Hermanus gets knocked a little bit out in the open, and we're in for a terrain finish. I think I caught sight of just a little shack there in the mix of it. But RESQ, 2 players, have got quite a bit of control here from the ridgelines that they hold. A lot of space at their back that is completely owned by them. And they're putting a lot of pressure on these teams who have quite a few players left standing.
Yeah, Rob's having to clean the floor of his hands at the moment. Not the best thing to happen, but they do get him back on his feet pretty quickly. And Coyote, with this tiny little lip to play around, is doing so much with it as well, sending bullets down range towards the guys from PENTA, all now on their bellies trying to make their way in. But
Beautiful.
Tadwas, I mean, Dwas just not allowing them to do anything. Not Tadwas, bloody hell, that's not a frog. But he's just getting in there, making sure that RESQ can't keep up with these shenanigans.
That was an excellent off angle that PENTA held. It was completely unknown to RESQ. Coyote's going to go down. Blood now last standing for the team. But in the meantime, Game Lord can start to move up and encroach on this territory as well. They are at the back of the queue, however. But Blood's going to prove to be a little bit of a thorn in the side. 3 teams remain.
I think you got to be careful playing against a team like Game Lord because they have won so many positions from similar spots like this on the map where they know this like the back of their hands. So I would really expect Game Lord to do quite well in this situation. And if they fluff it here, I'll be very angry actually, because to be honest with you, Game Lord has done this so many times that this should be an easy playbook for them.
Excellent move out there from Robs. Moves down that hillside, covers off the sight lines. You can see Narvalo just backing it up, suppressing that ridge line with positioning. Robs has a broadside here on 2 holes from PENTA and drops him. Beautiful operation there as Robs leverages that position, spots another player on the hillside, and Amana's caught unawares, takes some damage, but doesn't go down just yet. Game Lord down to 2 in the meantime.
Blood's got to hear this. He's most likely going to have to jump over the top of the ridge side. This has given him some time to do it as well, as Robs hits the deck, completely unaware of this final player, and now it is just a Victor remaining. And remember, Victor, one of the best players in Western Europe, but as a solo, with the guys on PENTA still having a couple of players alive, it might be a little bit difficult for him. Never mind.
Victor finds one, sprays it. Holes now down on bended knee. It's 1 versus 1 around the hillside with an off angle there. Victor is going to have that information. They goes for the spray. It's the challenge. Game Lord Victor looks for more, but no, it's Dwas to stand up yet again. And PENTA used that operator. He was able to curtail them earlier. And again, he finds that weakness. And it is PENTA to take the top spot.
It's so good to see PENTA come into Western Europe as an organization and find themselves a victory right now in the second game of the first day of Western Europe. So good times overall. Sorry?
That was XTEAM on the screen. No, it was PENTA
right.
that was able to take that top spot.
Isn't that what I was saying?
I don't know. Were you?
Yes, that's what I was saying. PENTA.
Yeah. No. I mean the graphic.
You've completely
don't worry about it.
confused me.
I've thrown everyone
My
under the bus,
brain
and
is
I apologize.
everywhere. You have.
I apologize
Honestly,
greatly.
look, you took everyone on the sidewalk. They're all underneath the bus now. Why would you do this? Again, though, PENTA, not Bunter. PENTA, I'm trying to put the bus in there now as well. PENTA ran over everyone just like a bus too. So this is a great little match from them. Though I will say Game Lord had some really, really cool moves towards the end. I really respected the push out from Robs. And I'm not angry. I think there's some excellent plays coming out from Game Lord in the end there. And I think Victor, if things went a different way, could have actually probably won that out. I think it was a tiny sliver of HP between him and Victory on that map. So I think Game Lord can be proud of themselves from the match they just had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was well performed from both of these teams as well. And I have to mention a super young roster to boot as well. A fantastic performance from that eastern side through tricky ground. But 9 eliminations to close it down for PENTA. Very, very nice to see.
Yeah, honestly, 1640 damage as well for 9 eliminations. Pretty good conversion rate for them there. Damage received, not massive either, so realistically a good job in those final moments of the game. And I think, Halls, it does look like he's leading a lot of the times, and with a lot of that experience on top of him, it's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. A great first entry here for PENTA into this week's games for the league play, and it's great to earn those points early on, right? It gives you a little bit of breathing room and allows you some experimentation to potentially come on through as we look at our round report.
Look at that though, Narvalo highest damage at 820. It looked like he was doing a lot. And to be fair, Narvalo was one of the first to go down in those final circles, so he wasn't even able to fulfill his true potential in those final moments. This is why I put Game Lord towards the top of my predictions. I do think they look really, really good, honestly, so far, and I do think they have a very good chance here. But RESQ, Blood, eliminations at 6, great stuff.
Absolutely, as the last player standing as well, getting that knock, as we saw in those final moments, probably pivotal in that scenario, right? To be able to cement PENTA as that top spot. You said, Game Lord, you expected them to do well. I would say that they absolutely did in that scenario. I think that it was unfortunate, honestly, that Blood was able to play spoiler.
Yeah, it was very tough, and I don't think you expect that single player to be able to make that one happen, and I don't think Rob will either. But we are going to throw this to a quick break now, and after that we'll come back with the analysis there. So we'll see you guys very, very shortly.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to a brand new player interview here for the PMPL Western Europe Spring Split 2022. And today I have the chance to be interviewing the one and only Mango from Real Tigers 9 UK. Before we jump into the questions, Mango, how are you feeling, man? How are you doing?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling confident, and I'm feeling confident with my team, and feeling happy about getting a chance to play another PMPL Spring.
I love to hear that. Always good to see some players looking good before entering an event. But I wanted to know, compared to last season, you guys have had some big roster changes now coming to the name of Real Tigers 9 UK. How has that all really worked out for you guys with all these changes before this event actually started?
The change was actually a rush because of some problems I cannot mention here. But the change, it was only me and Michi who left the team of Excuse Me, and me and Michi has been really been together for most of my time playing competitive scene. So I brought him with me on Real Tigers 9 UK at an invitation with Nas. So yeah, that's how it went. And from starting now, I think we're feeling confident.
I mean, as you said, it was you and Michi, so you guys have a lot of experience also with Hardman. But when I'm looking at your roster currently, and when it comes to PMPL Western Europe in particular, I'm looking at Naz, AU, Septives, players that have a little bit less experience when it comes to this region, right? I wanted to know, how has that relationship really worked out to potentially pick up other players and to hopefully all play on the same level?
First of all, when we had the invitation and we started playing off together in scrims in some tournaments, we started off like a little bit rusty with the team. I wouldn't say we were pretty good, but we were really we were thriving to have the synergy, to have the level we wanted to play PMPL Europe. So as far from now, we've been playing for like a month already, and I can say that I'm really happy with what we've improved on based on synergy and how we get to know each other better.
Okay, great to hear. I mean, even if you struggled a little bit at the start, as long as you guys crossed the finish line in time, that's all that really matters. But coming into this event now, what expectations do you and the team of Real Tigers 9 UK have in mind? What are your goals for this event?
Our main goal is to aim high. That's what everybody says, but we are really aiming high for this PMPO season, and we want to get on the next stage to have more opportunities, to have more experience as a team together.
So main goal is to blow up. Okay, interesting to see. But what is your ultimate goal / ambition? Maybe not only for this PMPL, but for the entirety of the year of PUBG Mobile Esports?
My main goal is to have to get into a next stage this PMPL and get an invitation next PMPL and finally went to go PMGC.
Well, thanks so much for this interview, Mango. I really appreciate you taking the time. But I wanted to give you a quick opportunity to say anything to the real Tigers 9 UK fans out there that will support you during this event. The floor is yours.
To everyone giving love for the real Tigers 9 UK, we're really thankful for you guys and we love your support. We really appreciate it and it keeps us striving for more and more opportunities. To all my Filipino brothers out there, keep thriving to be the best of PUBG Mobile players. Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Mango there. I feel like, Max, I just saw you. Did you do that just now in the break, or like, do you ever rest, man? What's up?
Nah, I was multitasking during the break. I was getting ready for the interview, man. We're gaming over here, okay? Especially Real Tigers 9 UK. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be nice to you. That's my New Year's resolution going into 2022.
Wasn't it last year?
It's gonna last.
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
it's a struggle. It's a struggle. Let's take a look at the rankings though from the last match. You guys had to give how many points all the teams did get for themselves. And as we saw, Penta did take home the chicken dinner and 9 eliminations on top of that. So they come out with 24 points in total. However, Game Lord again put up some big numbers. But not only them here, Kalaris, Super Young Roster puts up 8. FTY put up 8. Like, these are some big elimination rounds coming in for some of these teams.
Especially a team like Super Young Roster that has that battle ensuing from the very word go, right? I mean, Ocado, we all know it's a hot commodity. Clearly, that was the case here as well. I don't envy the casters having to go Homodi versus Homodi, but Super Young Roster makes their way out of it with some good placement points, some good eliminations. Very impressive start for them, considering, you know, there's big changes compared to what we saw in previous times for this roster.
I'm actually really happy with how Penta played out this game, because when you look at where the circle ended, which is towards the northern side of Chumacera, initially in this game, Penta dropped in Torre Ahumada and Cruz del Val 2-2 split. So they went for the biggest rotation in the entirety of this game, and they found the best entry point, holding on to that 2-2 split on the west of Chumacera, checking teams trying to move away from it, while also keeping their eyes on the circle and how they're going to move in. They were multitasking from the very word go, and it is very interesting to see Penta play out this game. So I want to see more on especially what they can do on their first angle.
What's also important here for the likes of Penta and Game Lord is the fact that, like, they get over 20 points each, right? That's almost half the amount of points you're most likely going to need to make it into a super weekend. So that takes so much pressure off your shoulders.
Yeah, there was a point bubble, like 43, 45. Like, I think that was around it last season. So it wouldn't typically move around too much. Yeah, we said that before, but I think in PMGC it was like in the 50s though. I feel like it like completely changed at PMGC. Yeah, it's PMGC. But we can see here, Bigger Fortune not pulling off any points. Neither does Unicorns of Love. XTEAM, as they did get the chicken dinner in the first match of the whole event, come out in 14th place with only 1 point. So a little bit of a rough start here for some of the teams, especially the teams coming in from Group E with, you know, Eastern Stars in there and Team Doom as well. But again, first match, not a big deal. The Warlord will rise again.
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, you know, Penta was Group E, and they won the game. All right, let's look at that bit of it, not the other teams that didn't do so well.
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at their player stats then, see who did really step up. And you can see Dwas there coming with 587 damage. But again, more importantly, I feel like it's everyone pulling their weight here. It's not just that one person standing out for the team.
Yeah, of course, Dwas, as you're saying, or as Blank mentioned, Tad Was, a long-lost cousin of Bob Ross, just painting a beautiful picture here on the battleground of Miramar, able to put up a lot of damage. But I think, you know, we've got to give big credit to Halls as well. I think a lot of people are probably looking at him, Max, as the guy that's going to try and lead this team a little bit forward, considering the veteran status that he now has in the region, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, and he was in the more aggressive 2-2 split that we saw happening towards, like, well, I think it was phase 4, phase 5 in that game. So he was definitely trying to make sure a lot of the teams were not able to make it out of Chumacera. And off the back of that, if you do clear out Chumacera, all of the southwestern edge, which is where they were playing, is basically free. So the 2-2 split that we did see, the two teams and two players did actually pull their weight and they played their role correct. So I'm really happy to see this coming out from Penta. But of course, it's their very first game. Can we see some consistency into the next games? Because it's just a league play, so they might try a few things here and out because they got already most of their points to qualify here.
Yeah, and I think we don't want it to be like a flash in the pan, like a one-time off out of any of these teams. I think consistency, I know we use that word so often, but it is very important if you want to be a team that can make it into Super Weekends consistently. I mean, if you just qualify for every Super Weekend, you're most likely going to make it into the top 16 either way. But another team who is fighting for the chance to break through into top 16 is going to be Game Lord. Now, Max, I feel like I have to throw it to you to talk about them because it is your boys from France. It is the team you mentioned at the start of the day. It is the team who I believe won in the finals, was first place in the finals last year in PMPL. And Navarlo, again, putting up some big numbers.
Yeah, the current reigning champions of PMPL Western Europe looking really good in the full split of 2021, and hopefully they're going to be looking good in the spring split of 2022. This is a team that we know exactly what they're going to try and play, right? But they did say, coming into this, they are going to be changing their playstyle pretty drastically, and they would like last season to play more central, but we saw some little good moments here of their new playstyle, which is they want to play more edge. They'll go more in depth of it when we'll have the interview eventually, but here they were just playing edge most of the game, and the moment they had that one opportunity to go dead center while all teams are just scrambling for a decent position, they push in, get a top spot, and get a second place off the back of that. Super opportunistic. This change of playstyle worked out great for them in this game, and I want to see more of that.
I think they know the spots where to play edge as well, right? If you're thinking about that main road through the middle of Miramar, they're taking up compounds there and using that as a nice kind of springboard to find themselves spots on the circle later on. So, and that kind of position is pretty strong. You can defend the rotations that are going to be happening near you, as well as kind of scouting out where you want to go.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at what's coming up now throughout our next match, actually. Well, more importantly, about what teams are playing and what teams are not playing. And it's going to be Group C sitting out. So maybe for Unicorns, a little bit of rest for them to figure some things out and to try to improve throughout the rest of the day. But Groups A, B, D, and E. So we're going to have PENTA yet again from the last match. We get XTEAM, who won the first match back yet again, and Game Lord, who came in second in match number 2, looking for a little bit of redemption. But to be fair, if you're PENTA, if you're Game Lord, like one more decent match here and like that's it, right? You're going to be set in. You're going to be able to lay in the arms of whatever you want to or whoever you want to, maybe get some ear scratches, who knows, maybe a treat or two. Really, the control's in your hands.
I can only agree. So conflicted.
I really agree. Awesome. That's all we did. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head back to our commentators for match number 3. It's going to be Imperium and Blank to cover all the action.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Yes.
We are 2 games down, and we had both first 2 games blank won by teams that came from the PMPL qualifiers. I think that does complement what I mentioned about teams who are coming into this maybe not in the best spot of expecting to be in the top 3, looking to really try hard, and it's great to see in my eyes.
Yeah, it is. I mean, having these teams that qualify, okay, you have to leave now, buddy. I've got a cast. See you later. But yeah, Sid just wants to say hello to Floof, which is fine. Both similar sizes at this point in time. Actually, my cat's bigger than his dog. But yeah, we are having some great times right now in terms of the qualifiers coming through. And honestly, I think this is really important to see because, you know, we are having like this idea of teams that are running from previous seasons actually still doing well here as well, which is always nice to see. Again, they mentioned Super Young roster on the desk as well, Mr. Imperium. I think this is a team we do have to talk about because, you know, I set up that storyline that good foundations are the beginnings of great teams, and realistically, that's what I love to see in Western Europe is we just see these teams continue through similar phases that are continuing to do well now, and I think that's kind of what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, and I said in kind of my lead up to the PMPL EU West that I did want to see a PMGC champion team develop throughout this PMPL. It doesn't need to be in this first day, right? It doesn't need to be in these first games, but I want to see that grow. I want to see the sparkle and shine throughout the days and weeks of the PMPL EU West. And coming into this game number 3, the playing path is going from south over to the northeast. Arguably a pretty decent playing path, Blank.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's one of those ones that you can get into Farm, Milta, Shelter, Prison, Lipovka, Yasnaya. I think Georgia Pol is realistically the only difficult position to get over towards nice and early because you will have to take that a little bit of a weird swing up past Hospital side on the west side of the map on that little road that runs all the way up through to the bridge. But other than that, I think it's fairly kind. Most teams will be able to get to where they need to go. those main spots are covered. All right, I think it's pretty much just Zaki shooting range and Georgia Pole, which is the issue to get towards. Gatka in this situation, absolutely fine. Drop on some vehicles, you're good to go. But I think looking at Erangel right now, what I would love to see, military finish. Give me a military finish this early on into the tournament. I'll be very pleased. We'll see most things. We'll see how most teams react to most things as well, and be able to get a very, very, very nice little idea of how the teams run and play as a total.
Not only because military finishes are always exciting, but it would incorporate the fact that with this latest update, you have the changes to the bridges either side of the military island, right? You have the kind of underground pass, which does make it very interesting for both rotating through either going into the mainland or into the island, and it technically makes it easier for the teams, but I will argue at times a little bit trickier depending on the scenario.
There's more spots to check, right? And I think that there's more spots to play, which both makes it easier and harder depending where you are. But a lot of times now, you know, if you're holding on to Lighthouse, you're probably not going to be trying to watch down towards the beach side as much anymore, or maybe use that more as a position to hold the roadside. I think it just is going to change up the way you play bridge quite massively, but not necessarily change it up in a way that's going to harm people. I think it just gives more options towards that late game, which is always nice to see. You know what I really hate? The thing that I hate the most is like watching 4 teams all funnel through that eastern bridge, and then pretty much all 4 teams just crashing up against the rocks. Well, you got the spray of the water as well, and it's just a horrible time. So now there's more options, and I'm more likely to see teams get into a better position, because it was just unenjoyable watching teams get onto the beach side and then just be completely massacred from there onwards. You already knew things were going to be bad going forward. Prada, though, takes a shot down towards players from Team Doom. Frosty already hitting the deck, and that's our first player to leave the lobby.
Not a good start for Team Doom, losing a player right off the bat. Vamos will take advantage of that absolutely perfectly. A free point is a free point in the world of PUBG Mobile, especially at this stage where every point counts leading into tomorrow's games and making it into the first super weekend. Penta won the previous game, Blank, and Jason alluded to the kind of the young players like Icy who've just turned 16. Halls arguably has to be one of the oldest players coming into this PMPL, and I'm a big advocate of that, being an old person myself, but I also think that allows him to bring hopefully an extra level of maturity to the playstyle, extra level of maturity to how the players roam through the map. When things get frantic, when things get a little bit stressful, he's able to have a little bit of a clearer head and allow himself to bring his team a wealth of experience and success. So it's really great to see older, more experienced players such as Halls in this PMPL.
Well, what I will say is we can definitely equate time in the scene to experience, but we can't equate age to maturity. I've seen some very immature old people, let's be honest. But I will say that, you know, just speaking to Halls on the off chance, and here's where I do agree with you, Imperium. I'm coming back to it. Getting to speak with Halls on the off chance and seeing the interviews he does seem like a fairly reasonable fellow, and I think having that in your team is very, very important indeed. So Penta having that in those crucial moments, especially towards the end of the game on Miramar, where there's no real compound, you're playing around terrain, you need to set up those angles in pretty sharpish fashion as well. Having a player like that to direct and maybe lead, very, very useful. Taking a look at FTY now, you know, I was actually impressed with this team, taking down big, nice and early on Miramar. It's a fairly large achievement for yourself to do that early on, and they had some impressive movements in that fight as well. Shockwave here, taking a quick look at them as they're getting back on board down towards the south coast of mainland Erangel, right next to FTY. This is just underneath Pachinki, which is currently held by, I can't even see the name, Giants. That's held by Giants. Of course it is. Giants love Pachinki.
I really like the coastline position that both Shockwave and FTY hold on to. I think with this kind of phase 1, it does threaten a bit of a military island south shift on phase 2. So I think you're covering a lot of grounds, and being spread out the way Shockwave are, it allows you to prepare for a shift up north. So where the likes of Potato Hill and that kind of more predominant Pachinki area comes into the mix. So I really like how both of those teams are set up across this phase 1. Big still looting up Severny for the time being, and you can see 4 Romanian Boys. They did drop around Stalbar because of that playing path. They are going to have Game Lord in front of them. But right now, they're split up.
Yeah, I think this is fair. With the split you have on Kameshki, Stalba, you're most likely going to come back together at some point, and there's no real threat towards that south side of Fury, as well as Poco. I will say that, you know, Big being up in Severny is nothing new, really, for this team. I mean, when there were players on Destiny, they were also heading up here, and Big would also head up towards shooting range a lot of times when they were that team also. But now they've recoalesced, you know, I think it's a fairly easy and simple reposition up to Severny for all of them. They know their positions, they know where they should be playing. Mickey being on this forward scout towards the southwest side, he's further down towards the coast side, towards Box Compound. Very, very typical. So I think for Big at the moment, this is everything that you'd want to see from this team. They're making all the right movements, and these are all things that they've perfected over many, many seasons of PUBG Mobile now.
TJB had a very strong start to this PMPL EU West in Game 1. They took a break in Game 2, but now they're back in Erangel. GK first, sending himself forward on towards South Pachinki Hill, while the rest of the team continued to loot up Gaka. Again, I know it's simple, but I just really like this kind of movement from TJB and how they're just creating the anchor point. I noted in Game 1 how they used the less congested southern side of the map to really play into the early phases. I hope to see something like that again.
Yeah, that would be good for them. And it's always good to have an anchor point when you're coming out of Gatska anyway, because the fields are so dangerous. So getting someone up close and early is actually much easier as a solo player. You know, if you're razzing through the fields as 4, you know, it's more than likely you're going to get spotted. So one guy on a bike or in a Dacia, you know, much easier to get into position, and then provide that information of players surrounding, which compounds might be free, which might be not free. And now, you know, they can get into a good spot where they can start to work around Pachinki. You can see them at the moment just like starting to regroup on that southwest side. You've got Super Young roster coming out from Quarry. I believe they dropped down towards Primorsk. So they're getting into the circle as well. But this is really where we determine how far south this circle is going to go. I'm thinking that it's more than likely going to center up towards Potato Hill, which would be interesting as well, because then you're going to have a mad dash for real estate towards that position, which we are getting at the moment. So interesting stuff. We love to see it. And we'll see how this game does play out now, because it's going to be very much who can take that hilltop position.
I find it really interesting that PENTA in no way, shape, or form sent a player towards any of the bridges on that military island, just to grab that earlier scoutability information to make it potentially easier. Because right now, as phase 2 shifts up, they are heading towards the western bridge blank, and yeah, okay, it's less likely that Super Young roster are going to specifically bridge camp them, but they're going into that rotation blind.
Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world, but you can send one across at least, and you're onto the beaches almost immediately. There's quite a bit of cover around that area, and Super Young roster probably more occupied with getting into a better position in the circle than holding out on that western side. We see that a few times over several different regions, that, you know, that western bridge starts to lose more and more value to gatekeep the later you get into the game. And at this point, we're already in second zone, and there's a fair, clear understanding of where this zone's going to end up. You know, if I'm Super Young roster, I'm not necessarily looking to gatekeep that western side. All in all, though, Penta's still being fairly cautious, rocking up towards just outside that western bridge before thinking about making any moves. Big, on the other hand, Headshot Hills. They're looking to pick up a few areas of contention. 5T off in the distance, but Mickey's moving up first, and this is dangerous.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Snowix looks for the pre-fire. Shot's going to take it towards him, but he's going to end up coming out on top for the most part. It's trade either side. Swave now looking in towards another angle. Antho is going to be repositioned around the ruins area. This might work against 5 threats because the time Talon is taking the reposition, or Antho should I say. The rest of 5 threats are under a lot of pressure. And they drives forward, puts Talon down to below half health. Yatum is there behind Talon, there to support. He's able to get a first aid off while the revive is coming out on towards the 4th player of Big, and will put the backup as a full squad.
Mickey looking for this nade, sends it over the top. It looks fairly clean to me, and Talon barely breathing at this point in time as the shrapnel hits the face. You will see those trying to move off at the moment. Mickey following, making sure they keep eyes on this one. But you are right, Empyrean. I think the correct word you used there was pressure. I think 5 threats, they had Big assault them so quickly and so fast that there wasn't really much they could do after that situation. They were really in, you know, catch up mode at that point in time.
And again, Anto's reposition just didn't make sense to me. It slows the rest of the team down off the back of confirming a player when you haven't confirmed the initial knock. We'll have to wait and see as Yatum is going to get dropped down to her knees. Swave turns, swings, hits. Good start. 5 threats down to just a duo. Will Big look to push more heavily? This is getting later into phase 2. Yes, they're isolated in this team fight, but if phase 3 shifts in their favor, they could get third-partied.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying at this point in time, so I think Big's very focused on finishing up this fight. Antho's got the distance with the rock in the backside. Shots come through pretty quick, though. Antho tries to send something of his own, but Mickey, foresight ahead of him, sends the vehicle up topside so he can get a little bit of cover whilst also providing off angle. Really well played. Antho keeps having to move back, and as the final player left on the team, this is really about starting anymore with Big.
Yeah, I made note in game 1 that 5 threats are a team that have individually quite strong players, but I wonder how much their synergy is there as a team, and right now it really doesn't look to be that way. They're gonna have to use every single game day they can to build up that synergy, to build up that level of communication and strength, so they're more able to take these fights, because that was clearly experience, communication that went into favor of Big to get the better of the fight.
Yeah, I can't really speak for communication because I can't hear them, but
True.
I will say it did look messy. It did look messy from the side of 5 threats, and I don't think they were completely sure of what they wanted to achieve in that fight. I think Yatum had a seriously good off angle there, but again, it was more of a Hail Mary than it was of a calculated plan in that situation where you angle, try and get some big shots across, but ultimately will fall. And what happens after that? Well, you get a res if you get a knock, and if she didn't get a knock, which she didn't, it was just game over, lights out.
Penta, they lose a player, hauls us out. The experienced IGL is going to have the IGL from the grave. Is a super young roster. They didn't really kind of bridge camp. This is more in the south of Pachinki area, but they did clearly maybe recognize that there is a benefit to following Penta's pathing line, and they sent Penta into Pachinki. Yes, the circle has kind of centered up in Pachinki, but I think it's a bit of risk committing to that city so early in this game.
Yeah, I'll agree with that massively. I think that what you talked about scouting for Penta wasn't necessarily that much of a deal when they were on that western bridge, but when you come up here, yeah, you sure you can get up here fairly easy enough. But I do think that, you know, not scouting up towards Pachinki, not past those fields, that's a massive mistake in my opinion. And I do think trying to send it directly towards that southeast side of Pachinki is a little bit overzealous in my opinion. I don't think that went exactly the way they wanted it to, but I can guarantee one thing: if you are going to commit to Pachinki without scouting anything from that west side, you are going to get shot at. That is inevitable.
They were lucky there wasn't another team. I know XTEAM are close by, but they're lucky another team wasn't on the other hillside. It could have been lights out more heavily against Penta's next phase is about to pop up. Are we going to see a Pachinki finish? No, not quite.
No, heads up towards that north side. So a bit of a nasty shift there for most teams who have already committed to sitting. It really backfires now for PENTA, who have the option of trying to creep through the city itself and possibly lose a lot of ground whilst they try and clear all these buildings, or the field, in which case you're even more open. So, you know, it's the worst of two, or very slow, but at least you remain for longer. So I don't really think they have many good options ahead of themselves unless they just fly up the road on that north side. Tongji about at this point in time, they've spent a lot of time on the western side of Pachinki, which in my opinion, is good. You know, they didn't fully commit, but they had a strong spot there, and now they can focus on moving up towards this northwest side of the map.
Oh boy, Real Tiger 9 are going for the crash. Vamos are waiting to defend the buildings, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. Hanging on to the wall, only holds on for so long. Such a risk in AIDS. I always think of Maxwell when I see a team looking to hang onto the walls of a compound. Real Tiger 9, they're being beaten, chewed up, spit out. But a bit of a return knock comes through. It's going to be countered straight away. Michu, now the last player up for Real Tiger 9.
This is an extremely big position to be taking a hold of here, and so many teams in this position as well makes this hugely congested. Vamos just trying to get players inside, trying to push their way in there, but I don't think that's exactly how the game works. Vamos still sending shots, but
what?
Real Tiger 9 somehow coming out on top here despite having limited players to work with.
There was a third party from Swat 69. That's what shoved Vamos down so heavily. Great play by Michu as a solo. Gotta give him props. He didn't give up. He didn't stop shooting. Didn't stop taking risks. But that was definitely a little bit of help from Swat 69 across the road. 5 threats, they being eliminated. FTY, you saw they got eliminated. We've been whittled down to 14 teams.
Yeah, with so many teams prioritizing these fields on the southeast side, you know, you're going to have a lot of teams coming up to fight one another. And you're completely right there, Imperium, saying that, you know, hugging that wall. Because either way, at the end of the day, Real Tiger 9 and Maxman, they always come out on top.
Couldn't have said that better myself. And that's a beautiful nade by Michu to finish off the last player of Vamos. He deserved that. I'll be perfectly honest. He genuinely deserved that. And I also have to give props to Real Tiger 9 because they're a team that were looking very passive in the lead up to PMPL in my eyes. But going for that compound crash, that takes a lot of moxie, and they showed it.
Well, looking at Team Doom, not sure if we've lost Imperium there. I hope not. But we've got Tong Jiabao also trying to find their way through Team Doom at the moment. Lin looking to take some shots. One of these best players when it comes to those off angles. So
yeah,
really, really good stuff here.
Damn! I'll take that right to the bank, Tong Jiabao. Down goes Team Doom. The next circle is close to being spotted at PENTA. They lost a player early on, but they made it out of Pachinki down toward the south side. Giants are right in front of them, but it's a shift up north blank.
I mean, this was always going to favor Big in the meantime because they do so much scouting early on in the game, and now they've found themselves a very, very good spot towards this north side of the map. And with this north shift as well, I would expect Big to continue doing big things here during this map. Mazzaro, unfortunately, going down though, and most likely flushed out, does not bode well for them, honestly. Only having 3 players here when you were already in such a strong position, losing that out to Super Young roster, who is currently today themselves up to be one of the best teams in the lobby, surprisingly, but I'm happy to see it.
Okay, for Romanian Boys, you're gonna have to defend off the push from Shockwave. KMA gonna use the US to his advantage. Kisiko turns around and gets a bit of a counter on KMA. Is gonna finish it off. And 4 Romanian Boys, they survive. Can Kime get the revives? It does seem to be the case. Blank. That's some good defending coming out.
Honestly, that was one of the messiest fights I've ever seen.
Fair.
Honestly, I don't think that was good at all. You know, from either side, it seemed rough. to be honest with you. And I'm not sure why Shockwave just dropped up there in the first place. I'm pretty sure you could have seen that small little vehicle compound from a mile away. It wasn't even in a good spot in the circle to fight for, so very confused at how that fight went down. And I think for Romanian Boys, they won the comps there, to be honest with you. Now you will get XTEAM moving towards the center of the map at the moment, but Big still holding on strong on that northern side, and Giants, Pocus, Ulysses, the Bulls. Once upon a time, once upon a time UDR and Unicorns love, but finally finding their home here on Giants.
And a Spanish org getting behind this very talented roster. Maxman alluded to the fact that they maybe weren't as heavily motivated last season. They even highlighted themselves, but this year, this could be the year for Vodafone Giants. Super young roster is right in front of them. They have the western edge of the circle. The knock comes through. That's going to give them even more control. Tamtam's the last player standing. He isn't able to take down Pocus. Down. Super young roster go, and Giants are staying alive as a 3-person team.
Yeah, honestly, this is such a big change, and I think that this is one of the most developed teams out of the entirety of Western Europe. Because I remember when they first got picked up after playing as UDR, I think it was UDR Killers right at the beginning.
Yeah,
and then onto Unicorns of Love, and that was when things were very wrong. There was so much aggression, and I think that they've learned to, you know, harness that aggression for good, and also when to hold themselves back a little bit more and become more tactical. And this has become one of the better teams in Western Europe, and I'm glad to be able to say that now.
SWAT 69 are dealt with. The warehouse that was just inside the previous circle was easy for Real Tiger 9 to overtake, and I love the fact that they didn't commit both players to that warehouse. They kept one on the outside by the rocks, knowing that you can't really defend outside of the warehouse when they're directly inside. It's going to be working out for them, but the circle shifts away, and Game Lord, they're right in front of them.
Game Lord looking for something, anything here at this point in time. You know, smokes are being laid down by RT9 to try and make their way in. Obviously, they're on the outside of the circle, and Game Lord quickly, swiftly pick up a center position on the map here within the circle. This is good stuff. They weren't happy with a second last game. They want that chicken dinner in the bag. Trazen taking shots towards Big, but not enough damage being sent through, and Trazen takes damage back his way. Now Big, they can start to apply the pressure.
The opener's being created. Robs is knocked by Beast. They may be down to 3 players, but they're playing as a full squad right now with how hungry they are for this fight against Game Lord. And by God, they took out Game Lord as quick as they could. Yeah, okay, there was no third-party risk, but I couldn't ask for a better fight from Big. But now the nade comes through, and Real Tigers 9, take a bow, sons. Take an absolute bow.
I swear Real Tiger 9 have finished off at least 4 teams now with a single grenade. It's honestly poetic, beautiful. If the first time we saw them, we were just getting absolutely bombarded by grenades after grenade. And so they can survive 8, but you cannot survive 1 of Real Tiger 9's grenades because they are on point today. And that couldn't have been a better ending for Big, to be honest with you. It's one of those things where you've got to put your hands up in the air and say, well, these things happen. Either way, a great decision from Big, and I hope they don't let that get the better of them, because coming down from that north side to take down Game Lord, knowing that that's one of the best spots in the circle and doing it confidently as well, is just great stuff. More names been sent through. If that finds Langs as well, I'll be extremely impressed. Fortunately, it doesn't, and it looks like Real Tiger 9's grenade look has just about run out.
Langsy, last player for Tongjabao, going up against a 3-person team of Giants and a 2-person team of Real Tigers 9. The top 3 are right in front of us. Ulysses drives forward on foot, takes a couple of shots on towards Nazgod, but you see Michu is back behind supporting him. I like this move from Nazgod. Yeah. I like it.
Oh
no!
So sad.
Pocus with the single nade gives him a taste of his own medicine, and that leaves just Michu, the last player up. Will a backstab from Langs shut Giants down? I kind of hope not, just because of how Giants have played this Western side throughout this game. The push on the super young roster earlier on, the calculated move. Yes, Salazar, young, motivated player, ready to prove himself in this Giants roster, has been able to step up, and the chicken dinner is very much in sight for Giants.
Absolutely. Now, I think that Tongjiabao, with the patience they showed earlier on the western side of Pachinki, most likely going to try and wait this one out as long as possible to pick up a second place, which will give them those guaranteed points. At the moment, you mentioned it earlier, Imperium, this is really about getting enough points to make it into the Super Weekend where you can really rack up the points that you definitely require. But we talked about Giants, who, in my opinion, is one of these teams that have constantly remolded themselves into a better team. And, you know, that's shown right here, right now, when they're on the cusp of a chicken dinner. Nade comes over the top. Michu's forced to drop a heel on, but Lions could maybe use the arcs of these grenades to locate his position, try and just saddle up that way.
Oh, no. Lovely nade by Ulysses, but there's nothing Michu could do, and now we're left with just two. Giants gone up against a solo of Tongjiabao. Lang Z, I don't think they have any real idea where he is. There's a bit of a burnt out boogie, so that might be a bit of an indication. And Nade goes out towards Lang Z, but he backs off. Phase 7 blue zone is closing in, and we're getting to the tail end. Blank, this seems like a guaranteed chicken dinner from Giants. A 1v3 out in the open at Headshot Hills seems impossible.
Yeah, it's very hard for Lang Z right now. You know, there was a possibility in this fight. A 1v3 is definitely doable, but when Giants have this lip to play around, it becomes so difficult. And now I think they've pretty much got his position over on this side. Needs a double nade, realistically, to make this work. Because he absolutely needs to get rid of two sight lines almost immediately. Boogie comes through, and this might be Salazar finishing it, but no!
Okay, Ulysses, I see what you wanted to do, and you did it, and you wasted no time at all. Drove through the boogie, went into the blue, got the final kill. Giants with the chicken dinner.
I mean, stylish way to finish it, to be honest with you. I think they were very patient throughout that entire game. And then at the end there, you know, they want to finish it up quick, get that chicken dinner done. I mean, they felt for us, right? They were like, yeah, we don't want the cast to tap too much at the end of this game. Let's just finish this up, get our nice juicy 15 points and be done with it. Giants there with 17-16. That is a big 1,716 damage through for them, and only 686 damage received in period. By God.
It just shows that most of their fights were very isolated, right? As soon as they cleared out super young roster, yeah, I could argue Big probably could have maybe applied a bit more pressure on that western side, but they stayed a little bit quiet outside of Watertown. But once they got rid of that super young roster on the isolated western side, it was just a lot easier for them to apply pressure without taking that damage in return.
Yeah, and I think that they did really play this one out very nicely, slowly and well played. And to be honest with you, to take that position on Headshot Hills after everything went down really takes a massive amount of patience and really good idea of what's going on. We're going to take a quick look at our round report now to see exactly who had the best scores, who took the most damage, and all those kind of things in between. Got Nazgod there with the most nade kills, 4 total, and that's real Tiger 9 to a T, right?
It wasn't. I know it wasn't the right Mihi that I had in mind, or Mishi, should I say? But the big from Mihi's, Big's Mihi, should I say, with the most elimination, the most damage. It's quite obvious that they did do a lot of work. It just wasn't as noticeable when you sort of flash of brilliance from Real Tiger 9's Michi to keep his team alive and to hold on to this game as long as they could.
I think it is unfortunate, to be honest with you, Big, because in that situation, you know, you go for the res immediately because you've just basically gone through 2 hard-fought fights. You immediately go for the res. You don't think a nade's coming over the top.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, we're going to go for a bit of a quick break. Then we'll bring it over to the analyst desk.
Max, I know you want to be on camera. I know contractually obligated time, but we're not going to look at another one of your interviews or the same interview we saw before. But we're going to start talking about this next match. And welcome back to PMPL, everyone. Before we do jump into that, though, I want to give a shout out to Monster Energy as our energy drink provider here and sponsor of PMPL. But let's start to maybe dive into this last one, because we had, honestly, a lot of different things happening across the board. We saw Mihi with over 1,100 damage done, and Kalaris, I know we didn't get to see it here on the desk, so I want to give you there it is. I want to give you the chance to make a quick little sound for that. We also had Michi coming in from RT9, who put up some big numbers, or big play in particular. We'll get into that in a little bit of time. But let's take a look at the standings, though, from the last match to see how many points all the teams did get for themselves. And again, all you really need is maybe that one really solid game. For Giants, it might have come through right here in match 3 of the day with 23 points.
Yeah.
But those 12 elims out of big, Max, that's pretty impressive.
So con game, there you go. They were trying in French earlier, so I'll have to do it for John and Blank apparently. But yeah, Big had himself. We had 2 strong positions in this game, right, Kalaris? When you're looking at it, you had Big's position in the northern side, and you had Game Lord's position dead center, right up north of like the compound that was in that late game circle. So they both played it really well. Of course, there was that big clash happening, and a third party at the very end, actually, from Real Tigers 9 UK, who, seeing that fight happen, are like, we're going to go for the third party. They're fighting. They can't really stop us from pushing away from the warehouse, and we're going to get involved with that nade. Perfect execution at the end to steal that position and to try and get the chicken dinner. Of course, Giants did get involved and did give a shot of their own medicine back to Real Tigers 9 UK, but they play that one down to a T.
Yeah, based on those positions that are extremely powerful, Game Lord is the one that I'm looking at all the time when it comes to these kinds of finishes. But as you say, the fact that a lot of the teams didn't all crunch themselves means that the teams that are in those valuable positions get crunched down upon. The fact that Swat 69 didn't really do that much damage to Real Tiger as they move forwards means that Real Tiger has a great opportunity to actually like push up against that area, and that was very important given the circumstances.
Yeah, and consider the circumstances are right now of qualified or maybe not qualifying into the Super Weekend. I know it's early. I know we're just halfway done with our first day overall of our 2 days to play within this week, but it is still important to start out strong in an event. So let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea of who currently is sitting towards the top and who currently is sitting safe. Remember, we have 20 teams playing in total. Only 16 will get through into the Super Weekend. And at the moment, TJ, you know what? This is honestly surprising to me.
Okay.
TJB, with 2 matches played, with GK First not being the stand-up player for the team, they're currently sitting at the top by 1 point.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, when we look back on last season when it was Unicorns of Love with, also the big roster changes, they didn't even make in the first Super Weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going back to their sources, make what Panda would make Panda now as TJB. So it feels good, but also they're both using Lang Z and Lang X, or maybe I inversed the X and the Z right there, but you get the premise. So they are actively using those 2 players that we had that big question mark on at the start of the day, which is a good thing to see, and I hope to see them improve and grow as the days go on.
Yeah, very, very cool to see. It's Lang Z and Lang X, just so you...
Close enough.
But
yeah.
We're going to get it wrong 100 times, I think, during this tournament. But I think one team that isn't getting it wrong to start things off is Giants. Actually getting to see them get a victory this early on, considering, I guess we always kind of have question marks. How is their consistency going to be? How are they going to perform? So far, so good. And this is going to be enough points to probably push them into that first Super Weekend here, as long as they don't absolutely get nothing in the next games here, Jason. But that's great to see from them.
I really want to see right now, Max, that to happen. And then Kalaris is the curse. It's the Kalaris curse. Would be phenomenal how it transfers from person to person across the years. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely right here. And looking at Eastern Stars, who currently is the bubble at 5 points. Not really the Eastern Stars we expected, I'd say, come in this event with a little bit of a roster change they've had. But let's take a look at our final page here. And you do have the 4 teams, 5 Threats, Team Doom, Shockwave, and Clear Vision Esports, who would not be qualifying to the Super Weekend if we stopped right here, right now. But luckily, they still have 6 more matches to play in total across today and tomorrow, and they have the opportunity to easily rise up in the rankings.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. At least a good thing for these bottom 5 teams is that they've all part of that group of teams that only played 2 matches so far. So there's still that one match that could make a very big difference. And we saw how many points were taken by teams putting themselves in that top 3, like 20, 25 points. It is fine. There's only 3 games played so far throughout the entirety of today. We still got a lot more remaining. So if you're at the bottom, it's fine. You'll still make it. Objective, making top 16 and actually making the Super Weekend where the point truly matter right now. 16th position, even if you just qualify there, it's fine. Won't argue with that.
That's right. It doesn't matter if you qualify last or you qualify first, as long as you just qualify. And that's where the points really start to count when we get into the Super Weekends. But let's jump into a particular player. It is exact same name as a player you might know, as we saw from Big with his 1100 damage done. But it's actually Michi coming in from RT9. We want to touch on him in particular because he had an amazing... We can't even really call it a 1v4, but he had an amazing play in that last match that saved his team. And I will say this, Clarence, this is from Total. This is not, I'm assuming it's from Total, not from just the last match.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think he pulled out 1400 there, but still impressive to see nonetheless that there's still like these star players, like you could put them in like into the rough right away and they can still pull off these amazing plays.
Yeah, especially considering the position that they're in is a very high value position in that circle, right? It is the position that eventually allowed them to transition to what I consider to be the strongest position in the circle down the line. So it's kind of just like a hop, skip, and a jump away from there. So to be able to hold out those spots when you're in what I would consider quite a chaotic situation as well, that takes good crisis management, that takes a cool head and a calm demeanor to be able to execute effectively.
Yeah, the main focus in that fight, in that entirety of that compound there for Real Tigers 9 UK was to get rid of Vamos and to get rid of Swat 69. The moment you do that, your entire focus shifts to the center of the circle, which is exactly where Game Lord and Big took that fight. And they waited for the third party, got close enough, one nade, and boom, you take control of that position, and you have a shot at the dinner. Of course, the chicken dinner did not go that way. It was actually Giants getting involved, but it does go to show that they understood the value of that position at the time and did use it extremely well. So I think that Real Tigers 9 UK was not too sure how they would do in this first day of play, but I'm very impressed and I want to see more.
Yeah, and I think for me, one of the scary things is like, because Hardman retained the slot from last PMPL season. That's why they're a team who's coming back from last year. But it's only him that I think that was even like participating. I don't even remember him actually playing a match. I think off the top of my head, though, he obviously could have. But to be like a newer player to come into this, to go into not even the qualifier, right? Like you don't have the opportunity to like, kind of prove yourselves, but then to do it in day one is a very, very strong start. But let's take our attention maybe towards another team, which we've honestly heavily criticized, whether they're under the name of UDR Killers or under Giants. We're going to take a look at their stats so far in the event. And there's a particular reason we wanted to do this, right? Salazar, taking the place of Sebi, has been able to bring some new life to the team, it seems. And it seems to bring some like raw power they needed within the roster.
Yeah, they cleared out a big portion of the western side of Headshot Hills, which was very impressive and not an easy position to hold on to, by the way, when you have so many teams that have those off angles. So I'm surprised they were able to hold on to it in the first place. But Salazar, which was part of, I believe, Respect, Imperium's got the jersey of Respect, so probably he'll know better than me. Which jersey doesn't he have, actually, I'm thinking, so probably got quite a few. But yeah, it feels good to see some new blood brought into the team here for what is not UDR Killers. UDR's Eliminators would have to call them right now in this current prospect of the game. But it's looking great, and I want to see how Giants Gaming can hopefully retain these type of performances in the Super Weekend itself, because I think it's pretty much sure now they will qualify in that event.
That took me a second, Max, but I'll give you that one. That was good. Clarence, what's your thoughts, though? I mean, we have been very critical of this team in the past, and yeah, they have shown some life, but it always comes back to disappoint us for some reason.
Yeah, I'm almost entirely focusing on their team jerseys and the fact that they have so many Nestle products on there already. I was like, you could just throw more on there, throw on Rolos, throw on Arrows, I don't care, just throw all the sweets. But the point is that I made it whilst we were looking at the overall standings, right? The fact that they get themselves a win is, I think, a decent boost, considering that they did have a rough league stage at the end of 2021. So hopefully that carries through into the league, the Super Finals, Super Weekend even, I should say, and then we can see the ball rolling even further.
I went to go actually look if Nestle owns Monster, but I'll have to research that a little bit more. But let's actually take a look at the teams who are playing in our fourth match of the day. I remember we have a group sitting out every single time. It should be Group B sitting out this time. And Big, we're not going to be able to, well, the double Michi's not going to be able to play in this one, unfortunately. But we do have Group C coming back into the mix. So we have the men against the boys, potentially. We have so many Romanian teams and Romanian players overall participating. It's going to be really exciting to see what's going to actually happen in this match.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking out especially for RESQ. RESQ is if you were looking at any type of match coming in for the Western Europe qualifier, the chat was just full of RESQ fans supporting them all the time, which is good to see. But I do want to see some good results coming into the actual Western Europe PMPL. So yeah, I want to see some results from RESQ because I think that it's overdue so far today.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for all of your input into that last match. I'm curious to see what you guys have to say after the next match does finish. And to get there, we got to bring our commentators back in. It looks good when Claris does. I'm not sure, so sure with Max. I feel like you immediately regretted it when you did it. Let's start over to John Allen and Imperium.
Thank you very much, guys. Always a pleasure to take those throws from you guys. What can I say? They just seem to have such a good time. But we've got plenty of good times ahead of us, Imperium, as well. We're back onto Miramar.
I am really looking forward to this game 4 of the day. I've said it before and I'll continue to say it again. I really think Miramar is the biggest test, the truest test of a team's skill when it comes to communication, rotations, and yeah, okay, we're at the very early stages of the PMPL, but that's where I'm just going on the narrative of wanting to see the sparkle of these teams and wanting to see the strength. And I think Real Tigers 9 are that kind of team that have shown that kind of strength. Yes, they're not playing in this 4th game of the day, but I want to see that level of ability in this game 4.
It certainly had a pretty decent run on today, but yeah, we're going to be looking out for those early stars in this week's league play, making sure that they are getting the best slice of the pie that they can find. See how far they can go. Get into that first Super Weekend. That's the name of the game.
Making me hungry mentioning the word pie. We'll have to wait
what would you
after this
put
game to
in
get
a PUBG, what would you put in a PUBG Mobile pie?
I would put a couple of med kits because technically they're good for you, along with some grenades because something explosive. Actually, no, I don't even know where I'm going with this, John. It was such an off-kilter question.
It is, you're right.
I don't know how to answer it.
You know what? Let's just go with chicken and ham. It's chicken dinner. It's a pie.
Damn, why didn't I say chicken?
It's everything all in one. And you know what? We've got all of that action all in one for you right now. We're going to be jumping in with a plane path fairly northern skewed here.
It is going to be a little bit trickier for teams that like to land around that south side of the map. Chumasera is going to be a bit of a battle to get to in terms of mileage, at least. Knowing the rough spawn points of the vehicles is something that is understated in PUBG Mobile across all maps, but especially Miramar. Just having the path lines of the main roads really locked down is so important in the early stages of these Miramar games, especially when you have such an off-kilter playing path as it is in this game 4. At least the phase 1, John, it complements the playing path. It's not a good phase 1, I will admit that, because it's very rare we see it quite heavily northeast as it is, but it does at least complement the playing path.
Just looking at the areas available here, I mean, it's very, very tricky, really. I mean, you've got the hills to the north of Impala, the Eastern Stars could potentially hold, but
yes,
what are those entry routes coming through? I mean, you have to kind of come south of Picado or over the top of it. It really isolates you into fighting of really about 3 or 4 places, right? You've got the Cruz de Valle engagement that could potentially happen. You've got the Hacienda water treatment area. You've got north of Picado, and then you've got south of Picado between there and Los Leones. Really, that's sort of what I'm seeing. I don't know if you've got some other opinions on where these conflicts could start to happen, but those teams out west are going to have a real tough time.
I'm really glad you mentioned the rotation lines, because you're dead right about this kind of phase 1 circle. This is where I want to see. It's not that teams need to center into phase 1 super early, but I think rotating early will be a big benefit, especially if you're in that cluster on the western side, because it will allow you to not only manipulate the traffic of the teams that are limited on their rotation line into this phase 1, but it'll allow you to create a bit more of an early phase 1 space. El Azahar Hills is always a great spot to hold down in this kind of circle, so I'm looking at Unicorns of Love, and I'm expecting them to set up a very strong spread on both those hills either side of the road. They will want to be careful of the fact that Shockwave are in Tierra Bronco to the north of them, so maybe having a bit of a 3-1 split with 3 to the northern roadside of El Azahar and 1 to the southern side of El Azahar would be quite valuable in these first 2 circles.
early footholds need to be gained. I think speed is of the essence here for the Western teams. Certainly.
Yes.
But only time will tell. How are those approaches going to be manufactured for a lot of these teams? Northeastern side was fairly empty if memory serves. I think it was one or two teams. I think PENTA dropped up there towards Torre Hamada, towards Campo Militar, around that sort of area of the map. In general, that eastern side, a little bit sparser populated right now.
I think Water Treatment Hill in this early part of the game is an understated part of this circle to control. In a more western circle or more centralized northern circle, Water Treatment Hill is a great spot to hold on to, but I think it's less obvious in this game, in this kind of circle situation that the teams are in. So I'd like to see PENTA create a bit of a control around the Water Treatment Hill from where they are, because I think it would slow down, stop the likes of 5 threats who are in the Cabri area, TJB who are around the trailer park area. As much as you mentioned speed for the teams on the West, John, I also think having a little bit of extra patience could be quite viable. I'm not saying you need to leave it absolutely ridiculously late to come into the early circles, but I think waiting until phase 2 and hanging on into the blue, hoping that the circle shift on phase 2 gives you a bit more of an entry point space, could be quite viable for these teams on the West who have committed to a Western looting phase, such as 4 Romanian Boys and El Pozo, and the 2 teams that I mentioned.
Hopefully they'll be able to pick up the pieces there. At the moment, it is quite a few teams who are going to have to make those rotations, make those moves. But for now, we're seeing a little bit less action, certainly for Big, than we did on the last Miramar, after they went down very early against who was it who took them down? FTY, that was it. Yeah, in that 4-on-4 engagement. It was unfortunate there, but a little bit less action here and a little bit more reminiscent of Miramars that we know and love.
Taking a bit of a peek towards the leaderboards that Desk talked about, I'm not really surprised to see the teams who are in the bottom 4 be there. I know it's only 2 to 3 games for all teams that are being played, but it makes sense. I don't look at that and go, okay, there's some ridiculous surprises. I suppose maybe Team Doom, considering how strongly they performed at times in the fall split of 2021 PMPL. But I also know that they are a slightly adjusted roster, and that can take time. This is where we're seeing maybe the teams that haven't put in as much training, who are maybe later to lock in their rosters for this PMPL, are starting to struggle. I mentioned 5 threats. I'm mentioning Team Doom, and then you have the likes of Shockwave and Clear Vision, who do have players who aren't really as heavily experienced in PMPLs.
It's always a difficult scenario, but what I'm liking really, and certainly in terms of the points you saw that at the top, is how close it is right now. There's no one standout team, right? There's no one dominant force, which, to be honest, you kind of often see in these PMPLs. You kind of often see that breakaway performer, certainly in these league play games. But right now it's very, very flat towards the top, and that opens up a lot of opportunities, and in fact means that the qualification spot is going to be a lot closer in general, as well as more points start to fill towards the bottom of those tables.
Yeah, I was commentating PMPL Arabia a couple of weeks ago, and Rigo Infinity were that team that it was an example of what you mentioned. They were absolutely dominating both the league weeks and the Super Weekend days. So it's great to see it so close in this PMPL EU West. We saw the likes of Unicorns of Love and even Eastern Stars, I would say, succeed quite heavily in the PMGC last year, and I think it should allow, with the experience that they're bringing to this year's PMPL, allow all of the teams to benefit from that, where the standard continues to raise, the competition gets higher, and teams are more heavily prepared and more heavily able to succeed leading into the latter half. Lynn from TJB, he gets knocked up with 4 Romanian Boys.
Langzi as well down. TJB suffering. 2 players standing on a tricky rotation. This is 2 of those Western teams that we were talking about earlier on into the game. GK first off to the horizon, but the bullets follow him pretty quickly there. And out in the open, it's difficult ground, but the further away he gets, the easier it will be to control. One tire out so far on the buggy. Low HP, does need to hop out just a little bit. Maybe answer a little bit of fire of his own. But for now, surviving. TJB bleeding.
Phase 2 pops up and it shifts up the northeast once again. I don't think I've really seen a game where those kind of areas to the northeast of Al-Azhar have been so prominent. Yes, it's great for Shockwave, but because it's so unusual, I have to ask, how familiar are these teams to this kind of circle? How familiar are they to the dips, to the areas of the map where you do look to control? It's not common. It's going to be a really big test. Never mind the fact that the teams down on that south side, John, have a hell of a long way to travel to make it into this phase 2.
Absolutely. It's not easy. It's not easy. These are some devilish shifts right now. TJB flagging, suffering from the events, still having to move on through. For Romanian Boys, on that slightly north-leaning west edge, don't really have too many people directly in front of them on their path, but getting in after this will be tricky. Early on that northeastern side, I'm looking at Shockwave and thinking how they must be feeling pretty happy about it.
They made a pretty early rotation from Tierra Bronco over towards a more centralized northeast position in this phase 2. Unicorns Love as well. It kind of makes sense what they did, but they did stick all 4 players down to the south Al-Azhar Hills, and they're rotating pretty confidently throughout this phase 2. They do have Eastern Stars just a little bit down south. Eastern Stars have a bit of a tricky, I suppose, spluttery start to this PMPL US, but in no time at all, I'm sure they'll be able to find the positions, the success they need. While Clear Vision, they're taking the fight against Doom.
Nades over the top. I'm not sure if are Doom repositioning for this, or are they just fully getting out? I feel like Frosty's just watching these angles and covering the retreat here, especially given that they're on the sides of the circle here and just don't really want to make their entry in this location. Instead, they're just going to change their decision and head somewhere else.
Great calm disengagement from Doom. No panic. No real uncertainty about what they look to do. It was simple. Okay, send 3 players away. Frosty, I'll keep an eye. Then I'll get back into the minivan and I'll disengage away. Good stuff, Doom.
Certainly, but Game Lord, 3 players knocked, 1 player even more going down. They're looking for these reses, but caught out on the hillside. Very, very tricky to manage for Romanian Boys. Similarly, curtailed in the same scenario. With the off angle, though, they have a little bit of oversight. Taking out those vehicles. I feel like, yeah, Tudor's isolated, cannot get back for these reses. There is a player from Game Lord there, could potentially hit those shots and land another knock and get those eliminations. I think it is just Victor and Akashi now. But Poco finally goes down.
For Romanian Boys, you said they didn't have much in front of them after taking down a couple of tongue drive out players. Well, the one team they did have in front of them, they tangled with, and both teams really suffering for it overall. Yeah, Game Lord, they've only lost 1 player, but it has slowed them down. Phase 3 pops up. It's a south shift. A little bit more familiar for these teams, but I would argue no less trickier, because Al-Azhar is just like a cave in the center of the earth. It's just a hole that's waiting to engulf these teams. If you commit to Al-Azhar in this phase 3, it's going to be very difficult to get out of it if it shifts away.
A fiery maw in the middle of the desert, ready to swallow any team that doesn't tread carefully here. It is absolutely treacherous as anything to be out here without your wits about you. What a difficult set of rotations as well. And Team Doom lose a player out in the open, knocking their total down to 3.
Giants are behind them as well. I would argue Doom shouldn't be letting that happen. They were able to disengage away earlier from, I believe it was Clear Vision. It seemed like they just presumed too much about what wasn't behind them.
Well, they have found Eastern Stars to their front yet again. Team Doom, I think Frosty can just be spotted through the windows. No, not going to go for the spray. Octavian cooking up the nades. They spot each other, but they both have nades in hand. Back to the weapons as Frosty swings around the side, but Octavian has it in hand. Easily dealt with, and Actgen last to fall. Team Doom eliminated, broken on the rocks of the Eastern Stars.
Sorry, but those were the freest kills that Eastern Stars will get nearly in this PMPL. Sorry, but you have to say it as it is. Doom, they lost a player. It was never going to be easy, but they just went full swing blind, and they met the might of Eastern Stars. Vamos, they have a position a little bit further inside this circle. They will have heard those shots from Eastern Stars, so they do get free information. But this warehouse, it's a bit of a false negative in terms of it low key looks good in terms of hard cover, but you have to send yourself flat and up the hill. It's going to be difficult for Vamos to disengage away if the circle shifts out.
It is a tricky position to play. I mean, it's, as you say, hard cover, but a little bit of a bait. Shockwave taking a fight with 5 threats right now, and at the moment 5 threats are doing a lot of work here, but the M249 starts to light up those hillsides. Put to sleep now, soothed by 5 threats. And Shockwave flagging in this fight.
Okay, this is better from 5 threats. I think much more well coordinated from them. They caught off Shockwave to an extent, but Shockwave, although they rotated fairly early into this game, it's quite obvious that they weren't really set up ready for the fight, and that's something they're really going to have to talk about coming into the future days of PMPL. There's no point in rotating early if you're not really ready to control and lock down your position against teams looking to breach in. The next circle shifts centers quite nicely. El Azahar, majority taken out of the circle. RESQ did move in through the city, but they made their way swiftly over to the western side, pretty much on the outskirts of it. So good move by RESQ.
Looking to leverage that position. 5 threats. I think they still have 3 players alive here. Gonna have to move in from that northern side. RESQ, you said they've moved into a potentially strong spot. They're very close to Swat 69 Giants up the hill as well. You can see that on the map. Vamos looking potentially to crash down into this position as well and wrest it from them.
Unicorns Love have a 2-1-1 split right now. I would argue that they need to gather themselves up as a 3-1. I get they want to hold down the majority of this circle, but they're not going to do it as easily if they're so heavily split. They can be picked off. I gotta give props to Vamos. I said the warehouse that they held onto was going to be difficult to disengage. I think they knew that, so they shifted. Instead of heading towards Eastern Stars, who were wrapping around them on the higher ground of the hill, they disengaged over to a more southwestern position. They're not quite in the circle, but that's good awareness from Vamos.
4 players alive for them as well. And a lot of sight lines, but not a circle position just yet. These are the hills that you said really proved to be difficult around El Azahar. And you can see just the verticality of this location of the map. Draws you in, but can prove to be much more difficult to leave as well. Mounting up those hillsides, very, very tricky. As Unicorns of Love spot Samo. Are able to get that elimination as well. 1 point on the board for them. And actually, except for Game Lord, it's been a fairly low kill game here.
So far has indeed. Giants is looking to change that at least as they pick a knock onto one of the Eastern Stars player. Kapahala, the Warlord, is down onto his knees. RESQ, I like how they're controlling this garage. They're not committing to the inside of the building. They're doing their best to spread their wings just a little bit. Vamos made it down the Volatile Hill into the edge of the circle. Can they find the break onto RESQ? There is potential now at this stage of the game, John, where third party outcomes involved, right? From teams across the road, such as I believe that's Clear Vision, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Game Lord, even TJB behind them.
Everyone now with at least some sort of spot in this next circle, but it's so tenuous. TJB probably in one of the worst spots. Langx moving up around the outskirts of Vamos's building. Actually gets into a good position, opens the door.
Oh, wow.
Do they know he's there? They spotted him on the hill, on the stairs, and absolutely caught unawares. Found an elimination, dropped down from Prada, moves on out. Great news for TJB. I mean, sure, they've been given a little bit of a lifeline there.
Was that a connection issue from Damien? He didn't move a muscle. I've got to think that was the case, but either way, the rest of Amos are going to have to try and support him, or at least get a bit of sweet revenge. Instead, they're disengaging away because the circle has centered up, and they've got to go right into the arms of RESQ. And a knock comes out. Prada is in trouble.
They still need to move on forwards, and it's just such a tricky maneuver. You can't really get up that hillside at all on the right-hand side of their direction of approach, and crossing the roads gonna be nigh on impossible. There's no cover there. You have to go for this full frontal assault. And in the meantime, looks like TJB are just gonna try and swing around the outside and play the backstop.
Indeed, a very linear approach for Vamos required. The revive by Prada or Florin onto Prada, I believe, is going to at least keep the members of Vamos up to a duo. Unicorns of Love, they're being put under pressure by PENTA, I believe. And now 5 threats, they've been eliminated.
TJB up the top there. RESQ spotted out the location, but it's actually the SLR from across the way to take him down. TJB finally eliminated. The Nat in the side there is dealt with. Unicorns of Love with presence on the north side.
Yeah, I couldn't quite catch fully when I was mentioning them if they still had a full squad up, but that is the case. They joined back up together as I suggested.
Nades over the top, and PENTA challenging. Strong team in their own right. They've shown us that. And with 28 points, they sit 5th on the tables overall so far. Moving towards the end of today's proceedings. Unicorns of Love still not quite able to dismount them from this northern edge.
Two teams on the north side, but probably two of the oldest players in European competitive PUBG Mobile. Daddy the IGL for Unicorns of Love. Hall's the IGL for PENTA. D was absolute legend in that game, which gave them the chicken dinner. A little bit of pressure. Nightmare. The third party comes from behind.
Coming on through, they leverage their position on the northeastern side, and finally they're able to strike out with it. It looked fairly shoddy for them before, but now they're coming back to party. And the Unicorns of Love didn't quite get the invite in time. The RSVP not on in, and Reznov hits the deck to deal with PENTA.
Perfect.
They find those shots, but it's just Reznov, and Nightmare is on a tear.
I do have to give credit to Unicorns of Love. They didn't really get too distracted by Nightmare's third party. They stayed focused on that push to PENTA. And overall, ultimately, even though Reznov is on his own, hopefully should be able to get the better of Nightmare, and it will be an ultimate reward for Unicorns of Love.
Nades over the top, and a position on the north side is their reward. Such a fall from grace there for Unicorns of Love. Unfortunate. Now they'll have to figure something else out. Down in the valley in the meantime, though, teams on the south side still locked in combat.
Romanian Boys under a lot of pressure. Super young roster continue to really accentuate the super inside their team name as they're swinging through this eastern side, looking very good with 7 eliminations.
RESQ mounting up to make the move. Hyper takes a little bit of damage early, but opens the gates for RESQ to push onto Swat 69's compound. A really nice 1-2 switch up there, but Nemo with a nade out the side doesn't quite find what they're looking for. Coyote close, but doesn't quite take the damage. And Swat 69 suffering, really struggling to hold on to this compound with 2. RESQ moving in, but Giants are there as well. And the off angles are not theirs to play with. A knock comes through, and it's the Giants to find the back angle. Nemo now last standing for Swat 69.
I know Giants don't really have any control over who they knock or from which team, but that definitely is a benefit for RESQ. The fact that it was that player from SWAT 69, Nemo, now going for the revive. I don't know if RESQ tracked the fact that it was a SWAT 69 player. It seems to be the case because they're pushing up the stairs.
Unicorns will have eliminated in the meantime, but Rez starting to wind up here for SWAT 69, and RESQ have the ground floor completely under control. But there are threats from above to worry about. Nades around the side as Nemo pushes them back, and a nicely placed position there to allow some healing to come on through, and RESQ rethink their strategy on the bottom floor now. It's panic in the building. Nobody's going down just yet.
Oh
It's suppression for days here, Imperium.
Yeah, because RESQ know that with the LM3 Nemo, sorry, PNL is a very dangerous player right now. You breach up those stairs and you're going to get a flurry of bullets right in your face. But I gotta say, RESQ, they need to commit.
They trade it off beautifully. RESQ go up with 1 and they do commit. SWAT 69 finally taken out of the mix, but the circle will shut down soon. And on the south side, it's Giants who have the open ground to play with. They need to deal with the players up the north.
Giants have had some great rotations throughout this game. They were a little bit more in the outskirts of phase 1, phase 2, but on phase 3 they shifted even ahead of Eastern Stars and got themselves into some great positioning, and they played it out very cleanly since then. Only 3 elimination points, but they're in the top 5.
RESQ take to the fields now as they want to contest for these outdoor spots. Around the silos, RESQ pushing around 2 and 2, a 2-2 split. Very nice position. Pokus down means Giants' position is compromised. Ulysses absolutely destroyed their blood with a heads-up push through, and Coyote around the side with the LMG. 1 more to go, and Giants look to try and stand up, but there's nothing really you can do when RESQ are on your tail like that.
Oh no, but Super Young roster, they looked for the third party, they looked for the opportunistic play, and it nearly works out. Ali down to a sliver of health, but the damage is done onto RESQ.
Giants dispatched, but Super Young roster are more lucky in these spots. A nade over the top seals the deal, and Ali destroys their dreams. RESQ dismounted from the south, and our 1-4 player team stands, although Elendo has been knocked.
Clear vision? They being quiet? Hamodi versus Hamodi in the top 3? I'll take that.
Oh, it's only 3 players for Super Young roster. The nades over the top, and they're worried about the ridgeline. Rightly so. The south side of the road is controlled, and Hamodi looks for this res to Elendo.
Credit to the last player, Shockwave Nightmare. The French maestro has got this team into the top 3.
Oh. Ali takes the eyes off the ball for just a second. Didn't expect the second player, but now is the hour. 2 players standing for Super Young roster. The shots from the top from Nightmare. Shockwave with their last player entry, making it to 3rd. The spray looks to try and take down the vehicle. It blows it out the way of the cover, and they're open. They're scattering, running around like ants, but they've got the mandibles to handle it. And Elendo now up the side, last standing for the Super Young roster. How on earth did they get away with that? How on earth did Clear Vision not just go down in a hail of bullets? I'll never know. But Shockwave now with the top of the hill, looking to potentially drop a nade, drop a bomb, drop anything they can onto Clear Vision. The nade being cooked up by Hamodi comes on through for Clear Vision, and it looks to be on target a little bit too high. A Nightmare survives it, weathers the storm for now, but he's out in the blue, has to push and take it down. Elendo, 1 versus 2 around the side of the tree, but cannot make it happen. And it's Clear Vision to be able to stand on the hillside strong. It's the chicken dinner for Clear Vision.
Coming into this game, they were down in 17th, and that was the heartbeat they needed the result they needed to put themselves in the running once again to qualify for the first Super Weekend. It was a quiet game for the most part from Clear Vision. A little bit of early action, but they stayed relatively out of sight to the north of El Azahar, right across that road, which came into play in the later circles. And in the end, they got the chicken dinner. Great game from Super Young Roster as well. And I really thought it could be anybody's chicken dinner between those top three that were in the end.
Absolutely. I didn't expect Shockwave to be able to get that far as well. After losing so many players earlier on, they started with a really solid position with a favorable circle as well, but they just got taken down in the mix of it. But it shows you the power of the snake, especially for earning points in such a crucial spot.
I mean, it's quite obvious that they went to Specsavers before the PMPL just to really kind of get the clear vision to really close out this game. It was difficult because the level of cover that they had in the end with that vehicle that got blown up, they were very lucky that Nightmare was ahead of them on the higher part of the hill to give them that little bit of help to slow down Super Young Roster.
Really, really nice stuff. I think from, as you say, from a lot of those teams in the final circle, I think RESQ as well had a really tough time and played exquisitely, especially in that fight coming around the side of those silos against the Giants. I mean, that to me was really, really forceful play. Maybe a little bit overzealous in the specific situation. You know there's going to be teams looking down on you from the top of those hills, and that's exactly what brought them to their knees in that fight. But in general, I think RESQ played that game, certainly in the El Azahar finish, really quite nicely and quite aggressively as well.
Especially when you look at the fact that the circle has just shifted away. You're at that point in the game, in my eyes, John, where you just got to get as many eliminations as you can. You're not really going to survive into the top three, and that's exactly what RESQ did, so props to them.
Fantastic stuff, but it was Clear Visions to take down the chicken dinner. We've got Erangel coming up for you next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL Western Europe, as we are now, 4 matches into our first day of action. I cannot believe we're almost done with the first day, but we have had some stars rise to the top. And I don't want to say anything negative about that, about any other teams, because, you know, it's just the first day of action. But either way, Maxman, Klaris still joining me here on the desk. Klaris, we'll touch on a certain graphic you want to mention a little bit later on when we get to it about certain players in particular. But I do have to say, kind of surprised that we're having so many ups and downs for teams. We haven't had really that consistent team be at the top, except maybe TJB, but even I feel like hard to say that. I'm not sure how you feel.
Day one's the feeling out phase. Yeah, for sure. Max, shush, it's me. Yes, me.
I never even said Max's name other than Max and Klaris.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
This guy.
Yeah, super young roster. I mean, 24 points go their way. That's great for them. Clear Vision Esports, 22 points. That's great for them. But yeah, as I was mentioning, Max, that it is the feeling out stage here for these teams at the moment. And fair to this kind of circle. This one was rough, and I don't think you're able to really kind of hedge your bets on any particular team given a circle quite like this. So if these kind of circles continue, then yeah, all bets are off in my opinion.
Yeah, I was just nodding in an agreement. But yes, at the end, it was a rough circle coming out from this one. But to touch on what you mentioned too, right, Jason, is that sure, we have some inconsistencies, but I'm especially surprised by the fact we have a lot of these teams that came in from the qualifier, by the way, that are pretty consistently at the top right now. A lot of our big teams, we haven't seen much of Eastern Stars. We saw some good moments from Game Lord and Giants from time to time, but these newcomer teams in the region are making a very big impression very early in this tournament. So I'm super happy, especially with SYR able to get 24 points in this game, and the chicken dinner, of course, going the way of Clear Vision. So, man, the qualified teams, they're not messing around. They want to make that super weekend here.
Well, Max, I did want to at least bring up the fact that you have RESQ you talked about before the match began, and they finished off 3rd overall.
Yeah, RESQ actually broke down their fights really well. They were coming in from, I think it was a southern-western edge of a very late circle. I think it was phase 6 or 7. And they actually broke down the fights really well. They took the first fight versus Giants, then rezzed up from their wounds and went for another fight, taking it towards the SYR. Unfortunately, SYR did have a way better position with that high ground, so they couldn't quite make it through. But the way they break down those 3 fights they took back to back to back was actually very interesting from RESQ. So sure, maybe not chicken dinner worthy because that shift up north was just the death of them. But at the end, they did play those fights in particular extremely well.
Sorry, Max. Okay. It was the elimination of them. Just got to bring that up really quickly for you.
Yeah.
Not the death of them. Yeah. I was looking down the rest of the list. I remember you talked about out of Group A, Vamos was the team you really wanted to pick out, and it seems like today they've been having, I guess, a little bit of a struggle. But again, like we're saying, filling out phase. I don't want to like focus heavily on any negative performances whatsoever.
Yeah.
But as we do know, like, with only 8 matches to be played in total in these 2 days, you have to have a good match, at least 2 of them, if you want to be top 16.
Yeah, and especially in this game, when you look at how Vamos had to approach the circle as well. If you think about that southern side of Al-Azhar, where there is the compounds, but there's really not, that you would then have to, considering the circle shifts all the way east as well, you're having to transition between these buildings, and there's already other teams in those buildings, so it's getting really, really difficult for you to do so. Caught between a rock and a hard place, I think, in this game. So not quite what I'm wanting to see from them here, because they're in a tight bind.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about while we were watching the match, the zones just being very grueling. Even at the end, Max, we saw like the 50-50 split with the road down the middle between both sides. It's a very difficult position to play for. Very, very unforgiving today.
Yeah, I mean, it was not only the fact that it was a road finished. The end there is the fact it's also a valley, right? The north and the southern side were both high ground positions, and they were both taken out of the equation towards the end. So it was just absolute hell broke loose towards the end of that game. And one team that got himself in a very good position was actually Clear Vision, where they were on the east of Al-Azhar, and they just waited for all the teams to pass in front of them. They don't want to take the fight, and they're just going to hold on to the edge of the circle, which in that scenario, sure, things did work out for them really well, like down to the T for them at the end to get that chicken dinner. But when it's absolute hell, just wait it out and move in when there's less players and teams alive, and you might just have a chance for a win here.
Well, it also helps when a car just gets like pushed away from 2 people hiding behind it. I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit of time, but let's maybe jump into Clear Vision's actual stats across the event so far for the players. Because again, it's day 1. You might not recognize some of the players out there if you are just tuning in, and we want to give some love to a couple of different people out there. You might know a couple of these names, especially Vindex. We've seen him in the past. I want to say Team Umbra. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but we have seen him as like a very solid player throughout his time.
He's been around the place, okay? So he's been with Arab GSG, he's been with Polar Race, he's been with Black Sparks, he's been with Team Umbra. Fair to say he's been around the block. So in terms of experience, he is coming in with his team was potentially the most experienced, and he has Hamodi, number 1, number 2, I don't know, one of them.
Get this man a jersey. Did he just clutch out the game for you? Come on, man. Get him a jersey.
He's moonlighting as a H&M model, so that's what... He's looking good, he's looking good, looking fresh, you know?
Yeah, but again, I mean, we're not seeing really anyone really slump behind. We're seeing them dig into not only a 4-man roster, right? I think that was a similar story to what we've mentioned before in the whole entirety of last year. Was we're seeing not only 1-star player, but multiple star players, but we're also seeing teams start to dip into having that 5th, potentially 6th player that they can rotate in. And if I'm not mistaken, if we look at TJB Esports, they've kind of done something similar.
Oh yeah, I mean, already they've kind of, in the first 2 games that they played, have been able to kind of mix things up. So it's not a case of like, oh, one of our players can't play, so we're gonna bring you in, haha, schnaff schnaff. No, it is genuinely, they rely and understand that all of their players on the roster are powerful, So kind of moving them in and out and just having them, you know, warm and fresh and ready to go at any given time is very, very potent and very strong. And that's everything that they can do here for this tournament.
Okay, well, now we got to ask ourselves the ultimate question, which we'll be asking ourselves hopefully at the very end of the event, is which Hamodi reigns supreme? We're going to take a look at a head-to-head between Super Young Roster Hamodi and Clear Vision Hamodi and see who is the standout player so far within this event. Now, you would assume, watching the last match, maybe Hamodi from Clear Vision might be the player that is actually doing the best, but from what I've seen, if we can throw that up on your screens, you guys at home can see as well, it's actually going the other way towards Super Young Roster, where, okay, you know what, I'll just pull up the graph. Oh, there we go. Hey, I was gonna do it myself for a second. You can see him with 1,243 damage done so far. So in terms of raw damage and impact, the Clear Vision mode, he hasn't done as much. However, he's been able to help them lock down that win.
All right, here it is. Who is the real Hamodi? And so far, it seems like Super Young Rosters is the real Hamodi. This was... Wow, I'm actually surprised and staggered by the difference here in the numbers. Because think about the scenario at the end, Max, right? Hamodi from Super Young Roster is the guy that is taking the initiative, taking the charge, and moving up against that entrenched car position. It wasn't so entrenched once it does jump away. And then I think he was a little bit surprised almost that occurrence happened and got gunned down.
We were talking about it, right? He was literally reloading. He's like, I can see them right under the car, so we know they're not going to peek. And then the car just moves away. He's like, well... I'm kind of caught with my pants down right now. I can't do too much against it. And he also had, I believe it was a play of Shockwave right up top on the mountain, so it was making it very hard for him to actually move in. But he knew there was only one main issue at that time. There was going to be the team in front of them of Clear Vision, so he tried to go for the push, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. But as I thought, Hamodi did win the fight of the Hamodi, which one is, Super Young Roster right now.
Well, I want to be fair though, right? Because I actually don't have the ability to see how many matches each of them have played. I want to say the Clear Vision Hamodi hasn't played, has only played maybe one match so far. And Hamodi from Super Young Roster played every single game. Because it looks like the Clear Vision Hamodi stats just come from one match alone.
Maybe, unless the other matches that he played were terrible. But let's assume that's not the case.
I mean, you're not wrong. That is a possibility here. I don't want to believe it either, though.
Yeah, I actually just checked. So Clear Vision Hamodi played 3 matches, and the other Hamodi from a Super Young Roster actually played 4. So there you go.
Oh.
So there you go. Yeah, that's why there's a almost 1,000 damage difference, or over 1,000 damage difference.
What, one game?
Yeah. Game. Obviously, Super Young Roster Hamodi has been a lot more consistent over the time. But taking a look at the teams we've been playing so far, I'm a little bit disappointed. And I mean, I hate to point them out in particular, but I kind of have to because that was one of my teams that I wanted to watch for. Unicorns of Love. They've been very non-existent for having like Alicio, who's just been such a massive impact player last year alone. They haven't really risen to the team we expected them to be, Colaris.
It's the curse. It's unfortunate. Maxman's curse is, potent, but this one is even more potent, I think is fair to say here. Unicorns of Love. If it was up to them, I said at the beginning of the tournament, it would be the PMUL, the PUBG Mobile Unicorns of Love tournament. All 20 teams will be represented by Unicorns of Love. We here at the desk will be represented by Unicorns of Love. The referees in the back will be wearing Unicorns of Love jerseys. Ariana Grande will be wearing a Unicorns of Love jersey. They love taking on everybody, but I think we'll see them bounce back.
Yes.
Let's see participating teams in the next final match of the day. I don't really know where to go from there, to be honest. One of these teams will be sitting out. It's going to be, one of these groups, and it will be Group A. So Super Young Roster ending things out on a decent note here with the points they got in the last match. And Game Lord, Swat 69, and Vamos will all be joining them with the rest of their day for free. But that means we do have Group B coming back into this one. And the last time we saw Big in match 3 on Miramar, remember, Mihi pulled off over 1,100 damage. They pulled off a lot of eliminations as well. So can Big maintain that momentum they built up from a prior match?
Yeah, would be great to see. I mean, Big did get himself some of the best positions on the last Erangel game, so coming back into this one, it would be good to see a big chicken dinner today. So we'll see how it's going to go for them.
Okay, let's throw it on to our commentators to finish off the last match of our first day here at PMPL Western Europe. It's going to be John Allen and Blank once again.
We're going back into it. Blank's just getting his headphones nice and set and ready. I mean, fair enough. You know what? I have to move my mic a little bit. It was just a little bit further out of the way. But we're getting into the last game of the day. We're going to reach that halfway mark of the first League Player Week. And teams are starting to show us what they're made of.
Yes, they are. And I mean, to be fair to us, super young roster, you know, we started that storyline at the start of the day, and they really have been doing fantastically well so far, John. So happy days all around, to be honest with you, for that team. I was not putting my headset on, I was putting my glasses on because I can't see anything. But in between just take it off. You know, you don't see anything. It's fine. It's fine.
It's the headphone ears, right? They start to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, with these bad boys, they're a little bit tight, so I like to sometimes put the glasses up here. You know, these are all tactics that I can use to alleviate the pressure on the brain. But you know, there's tactics in game that have been used as well so far. Some really good opportunities being made in terms of just vehicle thoughts in general, terrain usage so far. Those silos always come into effect on Miramar, but we will be finishing off the day on Erangel. And I mean, I'm sure you're watching that Erangel that me and Imperium covered, but that was just so funny with Real Tigers 9. And there's just a bit of a motorbike coming through from your way, right? But that is the motorbike that signals the start of the final game of the day.
That's right. That's exactly what that motorbike is for. Goodness me. You'd think that there's a road outside of my window or something like that, but who knows? I guess we'll never know. South Plane path at the moment flying over the top tip of the Sosnovka military base island. And those northern throws going to be harder to get to, but in general, it's easier to move north early than it is to move south, I find, on Erangel. I mean, you grab those vehicles, you can just get right over that river, get to Severny, get to Zarki if you want to.
Yeah, I think that is the furthest the plane path can probably go before it's a Sosnovo military base. Plane path, right? It's right on the edge of Primorsk, right on the edge of Milta Power, so... I feel kind of bad, but I do think that plane was maybe a little bit indecisive today whether we wanted to go to Sosnovka or not, but it was like, what about if I just go south as possible?
What if I just visit it?
Yeah, just a wee little drop over, you know, on this side. I mean, PENTA will be happy with that because it does drop them out fairly well onto their original drop spot position, which is on Sosnovka military base itself, by threats taking up Novorapnoye as well, so they'll have a fair bit of loot over towards those crates. So not so bad overall, and Eastern Stars remaining east as per usual, but it doesn't work out with this massive northwest shift up towards shooting range.
What a gopping circle for the first one. Goodness me. That's a pairing. That's a pairing. Certainly not on the wine list right now, but a northern move, as I said, normally a little bit easier if you're getting out, getting those vehicles, but now everybody's thinking about it. Everybody's going to be looking for those same rotational paths. They could cause a little bit of conflict.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for some people, not so good for others. And like you said, not the best pair in the world. Someone mistook the cheese for the milk, and wine and milk does not go well together. I'll put it that way, and neither does this circle and this plane pass. So you're already seeing people starting to go down as everyone's starting to fly up towards this northwest side, try and get as far in as possible. Giants fairly covered here, to be honest, with their Pachinki drop spot, John, because they could just drop down here, chill for a little bit before they want to start moving out. FTY, they've got a boy in this little tower here next to the Harry Potter, but he'll be waiting a little while before he can start to regroup his teams. But I think most players are going to be aware that they will have to move. I think for Big right now, you know, what is on the cards is a quick fly up towards shooting range, up towards Severny, because they know they'll be spending most of the game up there anyway, and they can control those streets very nicely.
These early eliminations that we're seeing, you know, Big losing Mihi, 4 Romanian boys losing a player as well, 2 for Romanian men. You know, this is the early vehicle scrabble, right? That's what happens when multiple teams go for those drops on those vehicles. They lose 1 player, lose 2 players, maybe if they're super unlucky. But at the moment, it's Big and 4 Romanian boys who come out the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, you feel bad for Big, to be honest with you, because you know that they were in a scrap of over those vehicles, because they wanted to get gone as soon as possible towards Severny. But even if they do land up in Severny now, most teams, you know, if they do come across them, they'll be weakened. Yeah, they might not know they don't have 4, but not having Mihi is a pretty big deal, considering that guy is one hell of a scouter for the team. They'll have lost a lot of information gathering just by having him going down early. So I think Big's game here going to be a bit of an awkward one. And my major worry, or my major focus, let's say, will be if they can still do well regardless of losing Mickey, because I want to see this as a unit that doesn't crumple once losing just one little bit of the buggy, of the structure. You know, if that goes down, a wheel burns out, it doesn't matter, they can still keep on trucking.
Just keep on going. I mean, it's easier said than done, but you're right. It's how champions are made, Blanca. It's a cliche, but it's true.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you can run it back even when you're missing an arm, missing a leg, missing an eye. It's absolutely fine. You can still make it work. You know, if you're on one leg, you hop to it quick, and that's what Big's going to have to do this game. But yeah, so far it's not so bad. It's not so bad of a map for most teams. I think everyone's kind of found out where they want to go, where they want to be, and there's not too many positions where teams are on top of one another. I think the worst bit here for me, I think that is FTY, who's just coming over the top side of Pachinki outside Giants. We're currently on board with Shockwave, who are making their way up towards shooting range. Again, a little bit of an iffy bit for Big at the moment, because if Shock do get too close, potentially they take a fight with them. Then again, John, from what I've seen from Shockwave today, I'm not exactly impressed, to be honest.
That's fair. That's fair. I think, especially on that last game in the Miramar, sure, they got pretty late into the game, but it was a snake performance there, and they got very lucky with those circle shifts in the early game as well to get them that far at all. So we'll have to wait and see if they can leverage any more of these positions to have a solid shout into it. At the moment, they head really far, as you say, towards Kameshki.
And that's really out the way.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's really out the way. It doesn't really inspire confidence in that team at the moment. I mean, just on Game 3 Erangel, their fight versus, I think it was Real Tigers 9, that little fight they got into, that little scuffle, was just absolutely awful, to be honest with you, and on both sides of the teams. I'm not going to say that it was Real Tigers 9, because I don't want to point the fingers at anyone that I don't quite fully 100% know it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, I do know that it was Shockwave, and their crash was a little bit lackluster. But they still have a whole tournament to prove themselves, right, John? So there's still plenty of time ahead of them. One thing I will say, though, for Tong Jiabao, and I don't know if you agree with me on this one, or have even different ideas to me, is, you know, having this game and watching them go up towards Mount Everest and making this movement, as opposed to their last angle where they headed over towards the west side of Pachinki and just hung out there for a while. You know, this shows an ability to adapt, right, in game and figure out different spots where they want to go, where they want to move, and I like that overall options.
I think that's a massive, massive boon to any team who can leverage that sort of ability, right? To have those plans that you can just enact whenever you want. And that is a symptom of longevity within a team, right? The more strategies that you have operated with as a team, the more feathers in your cap and the more chances you are going to have to be able to take those winning fights and to be able to operate in those high pressure scenarios, because you know that your team knows what it's doing, right? Everybody is that moving part in the machine. And those are the times where the teams start to fly. But here we go. Shockwave, are they going to impress you this game?
Yeah, FTY crashed upon this position. Again, it's messy. It's already messy. Like, look at this. At Seiko, I think if you're that far out, you just need to play an off angle. You can't just fly back towards the team and hope it works out, because FTY, you know, they're cemented now. Yes, they've lost a player coming in, but they're all relatively close to one another, and you really have to start to play this a little bit more slow. And with the players from Shockwave just all flying in vehicles, doesn't really give me a lot of hope going forward. I think Zodox knows what's going on there, but comes back to his team. That was a cheeky little jump shot.
Very nice to see. Shockwave with the forward position on Tiger. Nade over the side. They're curtailing that presence outside, and Addis somehow dodges the frag, but not so lucky on the out of doors there. Zodox feels the brunt of it, and Tiger wants to push in to capitalize on the outside. Should have caught a glimpse of a shoulder there, and teammate to boot is going to seal the deal. Shinyo falls, and now just Addis for FTY. Shockwave, I mean, sure, maybe a little bit messy, sure, maybe a little bit chaotic, but they are winning this fight currently.
Yeah, now Addis, though, we saw this guy perform from FTY before, seemed to me like the best player on the team. To see what he can do about this. Tiger taking a bit of damage early on seems to be a bit bad, but with Shockwave making the way all the way up here nice and early, you would imagine the meds are pretty low, as you can see there. Bandages, only 5. I said he was the best player on the team, but, you know, he just stood there and took that one. A little bit disappointed in that.
The team diet seems to be made entirely of high explosives right now, as FTY chow down on a whole bunch of lead. Shockwave, 3 players standing. They deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say, you know, they didn't win that fight, and
they did, yeah.
They did win that fight. It seemed
they were there.
It seemed awkward. I'm not going to base a lot of my opinions on that fight, as to be honest with you, I don't think it was a fight that was top tier to analyze, right? Because no one had meds, people had grenades. You know, it's an awkward spot for FTY. They just want somewhere to go. But either way, good job, Shockwave, for winning that one out.
Should we talk about the circle a little bit? Because it's shifted again to the northwest, towards Zaki. Zaki is entirely in this next circle as well, albeit on the far west of it, but still. This is a dramatic shift for a southern plane path. This is going to leave players underlooted. It's going to leave them a little bit low on ammo, low on meds. You can see Redox here doesn't have any boosters available to him. No first aids for Vindex on clear vision. And it is a lot to worry about.
Yeah, I do like how a lot of these teams moved up to Zaki to try and get away from the mess as much as possible and trying to clean the hands of it. But the circle has other ideas, just following all these players who are trying to move away, roll away from the action. And it looks like the action will be coming to them instead. Vindex, though, trying to find some kind of position to play, and you've got the 4 Romanian men all around him. Finds a cheeky little angle to shoot through, but Rana from 4 Romanian men. Goodness me, that was a shot and a half.
Oof. Sometimes you got it, you know? Sometimes you just got it. And it happens there. Oh, what do you mean?
That was a needle point shot right there. I don't know how the hell he hit it, but he did. And the fact that it was 2 headshots as well, because there's no way he doesn't go down without 2 headshots that fast. So overall, bloody hell, good shooting, good shooting.
Top tier. It's what you expect from PMPL teams here in Western Europe. I mean, these are the best teams in Europe right now. XTEAM sailing across the northern side on the beachfront. Very, very difficult to move through. Unicorns of Love, they're a little bit further inland, and Big are right in front of them as well. The spray is good to hold from Mazzaro, but there's teams continuing to crash. He's handling it, though. Swaps out for the M4, even gets the reload off Suave. Not so lucky. And XTEAM diverted.
That was very important, too, with, you know, basically Swave on his knees and Beast nowhere to be seen currently off in the distance on that northeast side. So we'll see what happens here for Big. But, yeah, that was very, very important for him to be able to push back those players. But then again, this is the case of playing on the coastal side. If someone's coming towards you on the coast, it means that their original route has been diverted by the sat-nav, and not something that they wanted to happen, but rather there were bullets on the road / bullets coming at them, so they wanted to get out of the way quick, sharp. So, you know, Big were able to take advantage of that, knowing that the player is going to be quite low heading towards their location. So good stuff, and honestly, we'll see how much longer Big can survive, because they are on a hot spot at the moment of the zone.
Difficult to operate, and again it's over towards Zaki foothills. North George still in the mix, which gives Tongjiabao a route to move through the city to the west. They should know if there's teams ahead of them or not, but a crash comes through. Team Doom try to hold off against the Giants, and it doesn't look like it's going too well for either team at this stage. Team Doom have more players standing though in the meantime, and Giants suffering heavily as Frosty puts the final nail in. 3 players stand, and Team Doom lose 1.
I will admit, Ulysses in that situation impressed me massively. The fact that he was able to get away with so much is very, very good, but unfortunately there are 100 angles that he's got to make sure he's keeping an eye on. Unicorns of Love up against 5 threats at the moment. IC comes through with it, and he delivers.
Pushes past as well, crosses those sightlines, gets in for the res as well, onto Reznov. A really nice push coming through from IC, the young gun for Unicorns of Love. And going to get his teammate back on up. 5 threats. I think they lost a player there. There's the death crate on the side as the nade getting cooked by Tiatum. Gets dropped immediately. Icy turns the corner and quickly sells another one to them. excellent push comes on through, and this guy, as Max said, is cracked.
He is absolutely cracked, and you're right to call him a salesman because he's one of the best kind of salesman, can sell you the same thing twice, and this guy is selling eliminations, and they're coming through thick and fast. Icy looking for one more, and Antho is cowering, shivering in his boots.
So moves on in, looks for the spray, but the drop shot is just too good. What is going on? I mean, I love it. I love it. This guy is on fire. Icy, champion right now for Unicorns, getting all 4 of their eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, looking at him last season, I don't think he was surrounded by the best players in the world, but he certainly was one of the best players in Western Europe. Now he has a fairly competent team around him. You got, Alicio MVP in the name, MVP in the game, Reznov, as well as Daddy now too. So I think this is a very, very good Unicorns of Love roster. Probably one of the best Unicorns of Love roster we've seen, if not the best. And for the first time, I can confidently say Unicorns of Love may have picked a winning team instead of the losing one.
I mean, they have had a few rosters, to be fair, so it's a lot to choose from. But I'm glad, as you say. I mean, obviously, as a man from the UK myself, it's good to see the UK players getting picked up towards the top as well. I'm happy about it, and to pair them up with someone like Icy, who's just absolutely out of his mind right now, it's a winning combo.
It works completely well, because even if there are any communication barriers, which we're not sure if there are, it doesn't really matter, because Icy, all he has to do is get in there and frag. And currently, as we can see, that's exactly what he's doing. Unfortunately, they are right on this northeast coast, and it's going to get very awkward from here on out. You can already see they're taking casualties all over the place, because Big, they are the Coast Guard.
They've got them in their sights, not able to finally find the kill, and 4 Romanian Boys actually dealing with Beast on the sidelines, brings them down to 2, so only 2 lines of sight, and they're both focused at the Unicorns right now. They're right on the edge, and Reznov finally goes up in smoke. Icy still standing, though, so it's definitely not over.
Certainly not. I mean, if Icy's still in the game, there is still a chance. Daddy also has an opportunity to go grab Alicio if he can, but you most likely think that Daddy's going to try and heal up first. Alicio's making one hell of a crawl here. Smokes all over the place, and he's just out of nade range. And Big can't really afford to move out from this coastal area and make themselves too known to any of the other players in the area. So, in this situation, I do think the Unicorns of Love have an opportunity to get 3 men back up and running. Big at the moment, though, they're just hoping and waiting for them. I don't think Alicio gets out of this circle, unfortunately.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. He does get res, but you're right. The zone just shifts on top of him. Big, make that break, and Unicorns now in the open ground. Daddy, no vehicle. Serpentine, side by side, needs to get to the car, but no real health to play with there. Big jump ahead. Mazzaro being down, sure, but there's still 2 of them alive. Unicorns of Love, they have their players still going. I mean, they've still got Icy.
And Daddy, don't forget about him. Make their way through. Here's Real Tiger 9, the bombardiers of the lobby. And there you have it. He's got it on target. This guy's an artillerist.
A little bit quiet before the Eastern Stars mount on up, and exactly then they find the shots to sideswipe. Daddy taken super low, so does Icy. Daddy knocked and flushed as well. Icy under the purview of Athis now with a nade up the top, drops it to the rock and gets in the vehicle, drives on out of there, but there's players so close, and finally the Unicorns are put to sleep. Taken down, eliminated, out in 12th.
Yeah, their run was ended about 2.5 minutes ago. I think Big played that out very well. They knew that they didn't really need to keep getting those frags there. All they needed to do was to hold them down for just a little bit longer and cause that entrance to be very chaotic. So really, really well played to Big to ensure that Unicorns of Love aren't causing them too many problems. Unfortunately, they will now fall in 11th. Not getting too many more points, but 5 total. Not too bad, and with the elimination points, this is a fairly okay game in terms of averages.
Eastern Stars looking to move on in, maybe sweeping down south, as actually that's what Athis is looking for there. Doesn't quite find Frosty, but Frosty finds out all about them, moves through, and Tongjabao in that building as well, looking for the shots, and it's Kapahala to fall first as Penta chime on into the fray. TJB move on up the sides as well as the troops advance. Athis dispatched there by Real Tiger 9 Mango, and TJB have it all kicking off around them, finally entering it.
Ling quickly moves out of the circle to grab a buggy to move back in again. They'll sorely need those vehicles later on. Right now they're on the decline, so trying to get these eliminations on the top side is going to be hard. Eastern Stars, though, I haven't seen as much out of them as I might quite have liked to. Well, that is one hell of a shot through the smoke there. Just barely sees him through the mist.
Takes the ridgeline and controls it over the top there. Lands those bullets perfectly. The nade, though, bobbles in from Mango in a reposition from Octavian. Heads up as ever. As he turns around and sends straight back at them. Finds one, but it's TJB to look for Mango. Nazgod goes down to Doran's nade as well. And everybody in the southeast is a part of this fight.
I love this from Octavian. He's just locking them in position by moving up and down with the car. All the while, Doran is just prepping grenades. It's beautiful stuff, and they can't really afford to move without fear of getting run down by Octavian, who's playing a very scary game. Okay, Tongjabao, what are you doing here?
Shuts it down. None of that nonsense. But the rest of the team are just getting blasted. They're taken away. Team Rocket twinkle in the sky as TJB are eliminated. Octavian did go down in the process, but that is incredible. What a fast Raz as Octavian can get rezzed.
I believe that was a 1v4 from Doran there. That was incredible stuff, and this is exactly what Eastern Stars needed. And I've said it before, they desperately, sorely wanted an initiator, someone who would go out there and make the frags happen. Now they have Doran on side, they can do it. 7 eliminations, 8th place. Even if they go out now, it's still a fairly decent result. Not sure if they're in the best position when it comes to confirming their spot into the Super Weekend, but all shall be revealed at the end of the day when the analysts get onto that. Doran, though, for the time being, still alive. Circle will envelop. This has to be a nasty nade.
Real Tiger 9, yeah, there's I mean, as good as he is, even Doran can't survive that onslaught. As RESQ now hold a position in the tower. Out on the south side of the circle. At the moment, 4 Romanian... Is that boys? I think that's boys. Going to be still in the... No, it's men. No, wait, it is boys. Oh, goodness me. So 4 Romanian boys out on the eastern side who have a little bit of a foothold with their 2 players. Shockwave still going with 3 on the northern edge.
Yes, still keeping this one happening. Oh my god, that was a great spray transfer, though, from Samo. It's not to be. Shockwave really haven't had to do anything much this game after being in Zaki at the start, winning that fight early on versus FTY. It worked out nicely for them, and they've been fairly safe, but now they need to start bringing the action to the other teams. 4 Romanian boys on the eastern edge, like you say, southwest edge held by the 4 Romanian men. The Wolves themselves, Rana is on knee, though, will need to be brought back up again. RESQ, I've actually really stood out for me, to be honest with you. I think this is a team that a lot of people wrote off last season, but this time they're getting quite frequently into those final lobbies, those final circles. It's great to see it, and you love to see improvement from any team.
They're absolutely looking fresh as an organization.
They've been rescued.
Oh dear, oh dear. Goodness me. Well, I'll have to get on with my life, knowing that you've said that to me. And so will they, to be fair. They're going to have to keep on trucking from that south side. It's not easy. They have to swing around probably on this western edge, but there's teams ahead of them. They need to be wary. They're checking those angles behind the smoke and everything.
Hyper comes through quite quickly there, but 4 Romanian men there to stop it. A barricade in their path. Lay down the heavy arm and rescue. Getting a little bit worse for wear here. Tick, low amount of HP. Tiger off in the distance, standing up, and I think Shockwave's quite out in the open here. I'm not going to lie to them. I think it might be best to get into cover rather than wading through the tall grass.
Blood was a smooth operator in those final circles on that Miramar game, game 2 today. We're going to repeat that here for RESQ as 4 teams remain standing. Real Tiger 9, 4 players alive on the eastern side and both sides of the road covered.
This is fairly good. Michu just needs to hold down this position now. I think if he moves too soon, things start to unravel for Real Tiger 9. But there he is, holding his ground, finds another run to rescue and will eliminate them, down to 3 teams remaining. Minas is holding into this one for a long, long time. Nice quick spray there. Will take down one of the players on Real Tiger 9. These guys giving it back. Michu, though, hold your ground. Don't go anywhere. Stay there. That's a winning position.
It's such an important outpost, as you say. With sightlines on the other side of the road, they can cross if they need to, but there's so much damage being poured into their main smoke compound right now. And 2 of them are knocked.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because this isn't Michu's fault. I think Michu's played the long game here, but Real Tiger 9 have just faced onslaught from 4 Romanian men and really haven't sent anything back to them. And these nades are perfect coming through from Sarah.
Look at that. They split up. Michi just completely out of the way. No way they can get these reses now. It is a one-man band for Real Tiger 9. Shockwave, in the meantime, with 3 players standing, have the most alive right now. And with 4 Romanian men having to move up to this roadside, you have to wonder what can be done to stop Shockwave taking this one down.
The best that Michu can really hope for now is a 2nd place, but that bobbler just about puts the shrapnel in the shins, and that'll take him down. Now it is just a 1v1 in terms of teams. Circle will be moving in just about 20 seconds, so they'll have to bear fangs against one another. Shockwave, you know, they had a real good start to this game, and they have transferred it. You know, maybe they heard me saying I wasn't impressed, and are looking to impress now. Sarah, though, out with the action.
Keeps on going, swinging out wide, and the first knock is forwards for Sarah. Now just 1 player standing. It's due for 4 Romanian men out in the blue, being pushed on in, looking for points, might just deny it. And Shockwave, they are going to take this one down. They had a late finish earlier today, but now is the time for the Shockwave chicken dinner.
Perfect stuff from Shockwave at the end there. I think that there was a few little flaws that were made. Maybe perfect's not the best word, but staying out in the open for such a long time, I think there was just an unreal amount of action, because you have to see it this way. With it being that triangle on the top side, you are just going to have teams funneling from the east, and with Shockwave winning that fight versus FTY so early on, it kind of put them in a spot there where they were defended from everyone because they never had to check their 180. You know, behind them was completely clear. They could just let everyone else come to them, whilst it was just a brawl on that eastern side. Regardless, it was a game that Shockwave should have won, and they did win it, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. But this is the 2nd game today where these hard shifts have favored them as a team, and they have capitalized on that. And from that, off the back of those 2 games almost alone, it's likely we're going to see them in this super weekend to come, right? I mean, just off that game, 11 eliminations, totting that up with the 15 points from the placement as well. That brings you up to a pretty good total of 26 on that game, getting their 2nd place earlier. It's going to be looking pretty good there. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them finishing this weekend around 60 points.
Yeah, quickly checking out the round report here, and it's mainly dominated by the players over on Shockwave. Terminus with highest damage of 874, not quite reaching that 1,000 mark just yet, but 6 eliminations is still good either way. Sarah doing his best for 4 Romanian men, but not quite able to make it happen. And Athis from Eastern Stars had a long way to go from Milton Power, and they made it all the way up to that eastern edge, but it just wasn't meant to be. But regardless, I think Doran we have to give him a round of applause for that one fight versus Tongjiabao.
Fantastic stuff coming through. I think that the brawling was hard. It was hard shifted up to the northwest, and Shockwave got out ahead of everybody. They led the charge, and 11 eliminations sees them to the final chicken dinner of the day.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL as we finished off our 5th game. But before we talk about it, once again, remind you guys of our sponsor of Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 1. Well, spring season, I should say, for 2022. It gets really complex, but luckily for me, I have people to help me pronounce everything related to the title of the show. So, Maxman, go. What's the title of the show?
PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe 2022 Spring. There you go.
Spring 2022. This is why Max doesn't host. I didn't want to ask Kalaris because he would have nailed it on first try, and I probably would have lost my job. But gentlemen, we did see things end off here on Erangel at the end of our first day league play, and Shockwave taking themselves the victory. A little bit unfair having Slenderman on the team, but still they got it nonetheless.
Yeah, that was something, eh? An unfair advantage. But I think something else that really worked in their favor was the fact that the circles prioritized that area. They had already kind of controlled those Zaki moments. They'd been able to take some fights up there. I don't know how FTY had made it all the way from Farm Road all the way up there to have that fight, but Shockwave won things out and was able to round out the game.
That's the weird part. We actually had an early fight in Zaki. Like, I think you barely see any of those. So actually a fight happening over there and the circle coming their way. Like, if the team had to get the chicken dinner there, it was supposed to be Shockwave. And they took it with flying colors. So great to see from them.
All right, let's take a look at the match rankings. Again, give you guys an idea of how many points the teams did get. More importantly for Shockwave, who I don't believe has been doing too well so far today. But then again, neither have 4 Romanian Men as they come in with 22 points for themselves. But we're seeing Real Tigers 9 UK, 8 eliminations. And I think, was it Klaus or one of you two mentioned this? Like, is this one of the teams to beat right now? Because they have really shown up.
Yeah, I mean, we were questioning the team and if it was legit for them to come into this because it was the spot of hard man coming into this and then the team built around it. Well, man, they've impressed me definitely for this first day of play, and they, of course, normally was how they've been performing so far. I think they've already secured their spot for the very first Super Weekend. So in the first Super Weekend itself, I think Real Tigers 9 UK might be one of these teams, as you call them, Jason, one of these teams to beat because they had a really, really good result today, and I want to see if they can try and hold themselves to that standard for the days to come.
Okay, we're looking down the list here, Kalaris. We got Eastern Stars. I guess they just haven't woken up so far yet, only on 9 points themselves. But Doran on the team, I believe. You were mentioning him before of like the newcomer on to Eastern Stars and how he's been able to really help them step up here. I mean, I think Blank even mentioned during the cast.
Yeah, I would normally take all the credit, but it actually was Blank this time, I suppose, that actually mentioned that. So, yeah, I think, as you say, warming up is probably a fair assessment of where they're at right now. If you're kind of making a bit of a change like that, and then you, in turn, kind of similar to what Blank was saying, are looking for a slight stylistic change, yes, you can practice that in scrims, but there is nothing like playing that stylistic change in the heat of the moment in a big, high-octane match quite like this. So once it comes to fruition, maybe we'll see all gears firing.
Okay, TJB coming 11th at 4 points for themselves. Unicorns love 5. So again, they're getting points here or there, but we have not seen them be able to stand out just quite yet to what we expect out of the old Akanostra, old Zadiko team that is now under the banner of Unicorns of Love. But we do know they can be an extremely strong team. And again, one day of action isn't really going to show you how a team will play throughout the rest of this entire event.
Yeah.
But I do want to ask you, Max, looking at all the teams so far, I'm assuming it's probably going to be Real Tigers 9 as well. Like, what team has really stood out to you or that you never really expected to be able to perform so well?
Okay, I want to subvert expectations here. Real Tigers 9 UK, of course, did extremely well for a team that we had a little bit of a question mark for them coming into this. I'm actually really happy with RESQ's performance. I'm not sure if they'll be in what position they'll be in the overall rankings, but RESQ, for a team that has a very big fan base and coming in once again from the qualifiers from this PMPL Western Europe, has made a very big impression for me. And sure, it's just the first day of the first league play, so it might change in the days to come. But if they can even just remotely stay close to these type of results, they might go the entire way right into the top 16 to make in the league finals. So RESQ has been my standout team here.
Why don't we see then where RESQ did end up on our overall standings at the end of our first day of play? Remember, it's only 8 games in total teams will play in these 2 days of action, which means at the end of today, every team should have played out 4. I'm curious to see where maybe TJB might be as well, because we saw them earlier on towards the higher ends of the overall after match 3, I think it was. I think they were first place, but let's see now. Actually, RESQ will be first place indeed, but more importantly, the top 4 teams have 0 chicken dinners.
I am blown away, Max, that you got something right.
Oh, okay. That I thought you were going to say like something different, but okay, of course. But yeah, I knew it was a good day for RESQ. I didn't think it was going to be actually this good of a day. And as you said also, Jason, top 4 teams without chicken dinner, just show consistency is pretty important. That's why we mention it so much.
Yeah, what you were saying before as well, actually, Jason, I was going to end up picking Real Tigers 9 as my kind of team that I've been impressed by mostly through the day. And it's kind of the initiative that they've shown in some of their fights and the decision making, which has been impressive to me. Like, if I'm thinking about the Erangel game, where they're eventually pushing out onto the Game Lord big situation, I think that's impressive to see, given that they're not, you know, as seasoned, I think is fair to say here, in the pinnacle of performance when it comes to EU West. So that's really cool. 46 points. I mean, anybody above 40 points basically now is pretty much qualified, Jason, unless they have an absolute disaster tomorrow.
No, I mean, yeah, as long as they get like maybe 5 points total in the day, they should be fine. But I mean, even beyond that, like, again, we're seeing so many teams. I think Max mentioned it before. I probably could be wrong on this one. Please don't yell at me, Kalaris. That the amount of teams who came through the qualifiers that have been able to really challenge the likes of the old guard. I mean, yeah, you can look at TJB, and technically they qualified through, though they're not really a qualified team, right? We know them from last season. We know they've been able to play at this high kind of level. We saw PENTA step up before. We saw XTEAM step up as well. Clear Vision. Actually, like 3 of those teams right there, actually 4 of the teams out of the 5 chicken dinners we've had today, all came from qualified teams.
Yeah. Hey, it goes to show the qualified teams are not coming for just peanuts in the over rankings. Like, they are going for those top positions, which is great to see. Of course, this is just the first play, right? And I got to bring up this point many, many times, because it's going to be what the overall rankings are going to look like, you know, a week's time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks time. I do not believe that's going to be the case, but they do make a very good first impression. So teams around them now must be very cautious, because the 8 teams that made it through the qualifiers are not here to mess around.
See, this is weird to me. As I just mentioned, right? 4 out of the 5 chicken dinners we've had today have all gone to qualified team, or teams who qualified. And yet, how many of them are on the front page? 2 technically, right? With TJB, I believe. So yes, winning a match is great. That's fantastic to see. I love to see it happen, but it's not the level of consistency you're going to need if you want to, you know, place extremely high when it comes to super weekends and of course the finals.
I think there's always something that we have to mention when we get to this stage of every single time we're here, though, which is that the rotating lobbies do create variance, and they do oftentimes you know, have that little bit of a chaos factor enabled there, where the super weekends don't. You have the same roster of teams in every single match, so there is a little bit of jostling going on here, which could impact that. However, I just overall, you know, as you say, hats off. I think some of these teams that have come in and wanted to show big performances early on, they've done it for day one.
But I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. XTEAM, 7 eliminations, 23 placements. Clear Vision, 9 eliminations, 21 placements. Like, out of the 3 teams, like, there's only 3 teams on this page who don't have double-digit eliminations. I mean, you look at Big, they have 8 placements and 22 eliminations. I am getting a little bit worried that we don't have that nice marriage between elims and placements. But again, Max, it's just day one, right? I don't want to be too harsh on any of the teams just yet.
Exactly. And also, XTEAM and Clear Vision Esports, when you go back to their respective chicken dinners, it was chicken dinners that were not, I wouldn't say stolen away, but they did not hold like a central position, treating all the teams around them to get big eliminations. They got those chicken dinners by maybe luck around the circle, and then also being very opportunistic with the situation at hand. But going even lower on the rankings here, one team that I wanted to see potentially be in a good position, it was 5 threats, because of course I'm going to be trying to see if some French teams can do well, but I can't even break down what happened for them today, because I've just not seen them make it past literally the first few minutes of the game. 0 placement points over the course of those 4 games. They didn't even make it to like phase 5, I believe, in any of these games today, so that's a rough start.
Yeah, 5 victims, unfortunately.
Yep, okay, well, wow, okay, thanks.
Well, looking at limbs again, I mean, you see down towards the bottom, 7 for Doom, 4 for 5 threats. And if you think back to before, you know, Swat 6 on 8, we had other teams on 7. Like, this isn't a good sign. If we just organized off of limbs alone, some of these teams would not be qualifying. But either way, I mean, you still have the opposite effect of that with Unicorns 11, 5 placements and 15 limbs. I think we're seeing, I think you guys would actually both agree with me in the sense of a team who can eliminate really well in the league stage, probably going to do fairly well overall when it comes to the event, because it shows you have that ability to go head to head against these teams mechanically and win on these fights.
Yeah, I would always advocate for learn your gunplay first, right? And when that comes, you're able to convert those eliminations very nicely, and then you can worry about placement later on, because if you're able to rotate through teams, take those fights, get those eliminations, then oftentimes you can kind of wiggle your way around and eventually find yourself the right spot.
Yeah, you can change your strategies whenever you want, really, but your gunplay is not something you can change from a game-per-game basis. So if you can just have good gunplay, any strategy would work as long as you have the gunplay to back it up. So I definitely agree on that point.
Okay, well, very cool. Let's end things out, though, by taking a look at our number 1 and number 2 teams in terms of their stats between each other, just to kind of see if any teams skew towards one direction or if things are generally the same. And I mean, obviously, the eliminations only being a 1-point difference. There's a massive difference when it comes to damage.
Oh, 1,200 damage extra on the side of Romanian Men almost. That's a very impressive one. For the amount of games we've played, which is only 4 games per team, that's a huge difference, actually. But yeah, for Romanian Men, they come into this lobby as like my adventure level threat team. There you go. Maxman bingo card, also tick it off.
Really?
But for Romanian Men, I think is a team that we come into this tournament and we've seen them and how the individual players have been able to perform last season. They can do big things, and they're not even in first position, and yet they got the top stats in damage and eliminations. Like the Romanian Men are very impressive as we expected.
I think even looking at damage received here, Kalaris, we're kind of seeing how clean these fights are being. I mean, considering the assists, I mean, 10 more assists here for Romanian Men, and yet they have less damage received, they have less healing done. Like, it seems like when they take a fight, they clean it up extremely quick.
You know what's interesting is that actually, because what Max has just said is that I actually didn't think Romanian Men was going to be an Avenger level threat team coming into this tournament, or for a day one, it's just kind of small sample size. But I didn't think that they were going to be able to put up these kinds of numbers based on the fact that kind of the coming together of their members here to try and push forwards. I still wanted to see them prove it on the field. You know, the AX Nexus guys, of course, Redox from Romanian Boys. But the style has come together here so far for this day one. So long may this continue, and hopefully it does. And then they can be your Avenger level threat, from my perspective.
I think I hit bingo already today, actually, from both your cards, to be completely honest.
Almost.
I think the other one I'm missing is Max cursing a team, which I don't think at all is going to happen in this season, unfortunately for us, and fortunately for some of those teams out there. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our first day of action here at PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. We'll be back yet again tomorrow, though, for our second and final day of league play in this first week before we can get into our Super Weekend starting on Friday. Hope you guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.